it would be great if my Spotify would start working. Hold on. There we go. Hopefully the music is louder than the game. I'll start in a couple minutes. Okay. What am I still working if it's just joking away my life? All my dreams when all that is mean is dwindling down and down and down. This that we don't. I'm better off with in the end. Not being what they want. 10 toes up, 10 6 feet down. Tap my heart that told me not to doubt. Girlfriend and fate, it's in vain. Need to figure out. Why am I still working if it's just choking away my life? Why do I still fight for my dreams when all I've seen is dwindling down, down, down? What if I can't avoid that life? Every second it keeps creeping closer, closer. What if I all that tried, I'm going down, down, down. Why am I still working if it's just choking away my life? I still fight for my dreams when all I can see is dwindling down, down. Why am I still working if it's just choking away my life? I still fight for my dreams when all I can see is dwindling down, down. Yippee! Okay, let me pause the music before it continues. Okay, so today we are playing a game called Escape. I hope I lined it up well for stream. Let me. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. It looks like it should be fine. I hope. It's fine. It's fine. I'll put this here. Okay. Hopefully my voice is fine this stream because it was low. My voice was tripping a little bit actually before stream started. So that would be that. Okay. Let's get to it. This is the following events have already occurred. This is an interactive novel that I found on Itch. They are a reenactment meant purely for archival purposes. I think we're trying to figure out a mystery or something. Welcome to Verdamuck. Administrators note new logo under construction. The ESCing, I don't know what that will return soon. To enter with a new character, type B for begin. To log in with an existing, type R. For a description of Verdamuck and all house rules, type L. To exit, press escape. I don't know what this is. L. Legend. Oh. Welcome to the world of Verdamuck. Muck stands for Multi-User Chat Kingdom, a digital world that consists of multiple interconnected rooms in order to support many users in the endeavor of role-playing. For more information on Verda and its canon, please contact the currently assigned administrator. Current administrator, Stone. Current options are rules, C commands, or escape. What are the rules? You have no choice but to relive the memories as they play out. Okay. Oh, can I scroll? Nope, I cannot. Rules: do not talk out of a character unless it is preceded by the text OOC. This helps us to separate out all chat that does not directly contribute towards the roleplay in progress. If at all possible, refrain from using out of character excessively in the world proper. Administrator's note: we have added a new OOC tavern room for all extended OOC chat. 3. Do not power game. Power gaming covers a large variety of unacceptable role-playing behavior. While there are many types of power gaming, a general rule of thumb is to ask yourself, am I acting unreasonably? Powerful? Am I forcing others to conform to my actions rather than expressing theirs? If so, stop it. 4. Do use your words. Effective role-playing involves being as descriptive as possible. There are no scripts, hit points, experience points, or NPCs. Everything relies upon your own creativity, so do be creative. Okay, what are the commands then? I'm not going to remember any of this. Commands: if you become overwhelmed, there is always the option to escape. 1. To speak, say blah blah blah, in quotation. To emote, type emote blah 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 in quotation. Available shortcuts. Oh god. Type emote look around, you look around, but everyone else sees your name looks around. To examine someone and see their type description, name. To examine your current room, type disc without a qualifier. That means nothing to me. To check the travelers currently in your room, type who. To oh god, there's more to this than I thought there was. To check the room's exits, type where. To navigate from room to room, simply type the letter within brackets. That's what those are called. Or the full word indicated. Current options: begin, return, escape. Let me take a picture of this before I actually forget what I'm supposed to be doing. Is this embarrassing? A little bit. Does that matter? Not really. Well. I can't delete. Okay, well. Welcome back. Please enter your username. To mark that you understand these limitations, please sign below. Raid. No. Do not turn on sticky keys. Please type your password. Note that passwords are case sensitive. Oh, okay. I don't know what I typed. Thank you. Now entering Vertamug. Please enjoy your stay. You wake from a deep slumber, returning to the clearing. Summer. The verdant green expanse sprawls infinitely in all directions, ringed in towering trees that stretch upward into an azure sky. Many travelers have made their homes here, tents dotting the landscape like anthills. The calls of wild birds ring throughout the canopy, betraying our perception that this is just another part of the great forest of Tender. There's a certain magic here, lingering in the tree limbs, waiting to be tapped. Exits: south, northwest, east, and your tent. Other travelers nearby: Ozymandias, Jace, Jan, who is asleep, Barry asleep. Jace smiles, raising a hand. Morning rain. Ooh, that's interesting. I can act like I'm typing, but I'm not. I smile back, saying, hey, Jace. How's things? Interesting. Business as usual. Quiet morning. I nod. Out of character, Oz is here, but he had to step out for a sec. Might want to wait for him to get back. Ozymandias leaves to the east, a trail of petals swirling behind him like a radiant cape. Jace says, out of character, or not, heh. I stretch, looking around the clearing. Missed the bed last night. I love my PNG tuber, it's great. I found it on Etsy. It's pretty cool. Oh god, what am I reading? Jay says, out of character. Technically, logging out in the clearing counts as going to sleep in your tent. Yeah, I got it on Etsy. It's a link down in my description, bio, whatever it's called, the panels. I look over to Jace. You're a bit too quiet, honestly. Something on your mind? Jace is typing. Out of character. Okay, I'll just roll with it. Jace nods. There was a raid on the northern village in the middle of the night. It seems the mock beasts are on the move. I laugh. Just how is that business as usual, Jace? And what the hell are mock beasts? Out of character. I'm just trying to get things going, okay? Don't want to just idle all morning. Jace blinks. This is no time to laugh. Hundreds of people might have been killed in their sleep. Now are you gonna help me investigate or what? Shrug and pace between the tents. I gotta remind you of the last time we... Okay, hold on, we ran off on one of your escapades. Jace is typing. Out of character. That was Oz's fault. Remember? He won't be RPing the enemies this time. Don't worry. Come on, Jace, type faster. He blinks again. Didn't you hear me? People. Lives. Mayhem. We stand around chatting long enough. There won't be a village left to save. Yappa, yappa, yappa. Type. I'm definitely the one typing all this out. I smirk. I'm just saying, there's always some village that needs saving in this forest. I'm about ready for a change. I definitely am the one who wrote that all out. Jace says, fine, if you really want to get out of this forest, we can leave, but only after I'm certain the mock beasts have been silenced. I grin. I'll remember that. +5 friendship or something like that, I think. The sky darkens as a low rumble shakes the ground. Birds screech in anticipation of the inevitable. At first, there's nothing perceptibly different about the air, but then a slow fog begins to roll in. Through that fog, you see a pair of pure white eyes open into the void. A light footstep reaches through the mist, and the rest of his form follows, pale and silent. Ozymandias has arrived. Oh, for fuck's sake, Oz. Ozymandias leaves to the west, a trail of petals swirling behind him like a radiant cape. I say, what is a mock beast anyway? I blink. That was odd. I hope I'm saying his name right. Out of character. Sorry, forgot to OC that. Ignore Oz. He's probably messing around with spoof text. Jace gestures to the north. If we leave now, we may still be able to make it in time. I grumble. You didn't answer my question. Okay, yeah, what is a mock beast? Why aren't you answering? Please, please, please. OC, damn it, Oz distracted me. Suck. Mock beasts are fell constructs of metal and hate. Their eyes are polished stones, providing them with whatever terrible power keeps their ragged limbs thundering through the forest. Through the woods. Oh my god, I'm just filling in whatever words I want. Terrorizing what little is left of our civilization. Jan yawns and emerges from his tent. Barry says, "Nice, Jace." Jace says, out of character, "Hey Barry, thanks. Remember your OOC tag." "OOC, okay." Barry says, "Sorry, Caps." Nods slowly. "Our civilization, huh? I mean, hey, if you say so." Am I playing as an NPC? I'm not saying anything out of character. Jace says, out of character, "Well, I need to come up with something since Oz decided saving the day meant nuking all of the dark cult of Fedor from orbit and hasn't bothered setting up any more enemies since." Very OC, that was a fun adventure, IMO. In my opinion, Jan falls asleep. Jace says, out of character, "Not that I minded, really, because Fedor isn't even canon for the setting." Jan yawns and emerges from his tent. I look towards Barry, distracted by the young elf's arrival. I smile. "Barry, didn't see you there." Oh my god. Barry, see, "I'm not young anymore. Check my desk." Desk Barry. "Give me her description." "Their description?" Barry, "Logged in for 2 minutes. Description. Before you is the most beautiful elf you can think of. She has long pink hair and bouncy curls and eyes that laugh. She is wearing pretty skimpy clothing. LOL. But she has a boyfriend, so no funny ideas. Also, she isn't young anymore. She is probably early 20s or so now." Oh, that's a crazy thing to say. Equipment, swords, skimpy clothes. Jan says, "OC, nice." Jay says, out of character, "You've got a typo in that first sentence. Also, there aren't any elves in Verda." Barry, out of character, "Damn, did I spell beautiful wrong?" Didn't realize Barry's sudden change. You must have gotten a lot of sleep." Barry grins. "Yeah, I guess elves grow real fast or something." Barry is not using any quotations. What the hell? The sky darkens as low rumble shakes the ground. Birds screech in anticipation of the inevitable. At first, there is nothing perceptibly different about the air, but there is a slow fog. But then a slow fog begins to roll in. Through that fog, you see a pair of pure white eyes open into the void. A light footstep reaches through the mist. Okay, it's Ozymandias. "Seriously? Ozymandias. OC, sorry y'all, setting up. Meet you north." Ozymandias leaves to north, a trail of petals swirling behind him like a radiant cape. Jan falls asleep. Jace frowns, tapping his foot against the damp morning grass. "We'll have plenty of time to discuss rapidly aging elves and the existence of muck beasts once we're on the road. Shall we?" Barry, let's see, Jan got lag. He'll catch up. "May as well. After you." Jace leaves to north. Barry leaves to north. There we go. Northern Forest Path, summer. No sooner do you push out of the clearing and into the northern woods do the trees begin to grow more and more dense. There is little room to breathe on the thin patch of scattered bark and leaves, and branches reach out from either side. Far off in the distance, the yowling of some unknown beast makes its presence known. Exits south to the clearing, north. Other travelers nearby. Ozymandias, Jace, Barry. Ozymandias grins from high above, perched cross-legged on a thin branch no larger than his wrist. "Good, you made it," he says with a Cheshire air. Ozymandias, oh my god, wait. Jace groans. "Oz, you again? I thought we were rid of you after your last antics." Ozymandias gasps. "Antics? Why, Jace, good friend, I am offended simply at the inference. Where would our band be had that vile cult been allowed to continue its curses?" Barry, OSU, "We're band? Lol, I'm drummer." Jace says, "The damn cultists exploded so hard you wouldn't know they ever existed, let alone identify their leader. What if he's still out there? What if they're regrouping? We don't know." Ozymandias raises one delicate brow. With an ever-graceful twist, he springs from the treetop, landing directly in front of the roguish Jace. "You don't, but I do." Jace says, "Oh, right. Because you somehow managed to get information from one of the little specks of, what was it, iridescent dust that gleams in the air just so." Barry says, "It was really pretty." Ozymandias elucidates, out of character, "That was a flavor description. You can't quote it in character." I cross my arms, leaning against the tree. Oh, I'm yapping. Okay, boys, the cockfight's getting boring. Jace here seems to think there's something called Mog Beasts attacking villages. Know anything about him, Oz? Ozymandias laughs, as if you need to ask. Oh, cutscene? Oh, that was a noise. Navigator's log, 1st of June, 2000 some. Dearest readers, I am about to blow your mind. Note that, that won't actually happen until you get to the meat of the story, because, like, you gotta build up to those things, right? So just keep your eyes on the page, or, well, you know, the virtual equivalent through your frames. I don't like how you said that as I'm wearing my glasses, what the hell? But the mind-blowing will come, promise. Also, please don't be alarmed. I know, weird letter or whatever, just showing up while you're trying to relax, enjoy a show, play a game, veg out. Do people veg anymore? It's called rotting, I think. I don't know. It's a weird term, forget it. So hey, a little bit about myself first. I'm what you'd call a navigator. I mean, you wouldn't know that until now because, like, as far as I can tell, I'm the only one, but... Anyway, that's what I am. I hope the volume is okay. Hold on, let me turn it down a bit. But anyway, that's what I am. Now, I don't live on a ship or have an elaborate transformation sequence or anything. So, you can drag your sailor suit fantasies out of the gutter. Like, please, don't. What I do navigate are the interspatial pathways that carry data from the cerebral cortex out into that wonderful bit of gadgetry resting upon your noggin and out into the wild wireless ether. In other words, I jack mind data. Ooh, interesting. If you wanted to be wrong, you could call me a hacker. Leave that to the tech bros entranced by the power fantasies of the past. I mean, a hacker doesn't even make much sense anymore. Shit, call yourself what you want. No one's hacking the Serenet. Nah, that takes a navigator. Me. Let me clarify. Ooh, I can't say. Let me clarify. With the rise of the cloud or whatever nonsense term they used to make internet storage seem mystical, shit got pretty dark. Like, real dark for anyone that didn't want their info jacked. People couldn't keep anything secure, keep getting passwords stolen, identities thieved, all sorts of nonsense. I mean, no shit, right? Passwords are just a bunch of alphanumeric garbage you throw together when you couldn't care less about security because, man, I just gotta torrent that hot new show. Surprise! You got hacked. And by hacked, I mean someone put a thing on the computer that popped up a thing on theirs and says, hey, this idiot fucked up. No one really bothered to change things up before the past apocalypse. You don't buy a house and just cobble together your own key right then and there, right? Of course you don't. You get a professional on that. Like, sure, someone could pick the lock, but then you've got all these sophisticated security systems, attack dogs, laser drones, whatever. So what business do we ever have coming up with our own passwords? Unfortunately, for my own wealth and entrepreneurial spirit, that ship has sailed, which still does not imply that sailor suit, so stop it. Internet security fucked up, and there are no takebacks. So the past apocalypse begets the physical media renaissance begets the cloud's version, let's try this again, begets past apocalypse, but way worse begets the cerebral network. Something new. Something different. Listen, the brain is weird. Like, I don't even know if I can put into terms that don't sound like some 5-year-old grossing out over a mushed banana. It is and will always be weird. When you've got this mess of electricity squishing about in a wrinkly gray thing that somehow produces all the amazing things you're capable of, you start getting a little freaked out. Until the point you realize that the same kind of thing happens with digital signals, but without all the wrinkly parts. So forget the physical and snuggle all cozy with the signals.
The signals we create with our weird brains are all based on the imaginary lines we draw between two separate things. It's like dreaming. Let's say you're writing an angry email to your boss. What that data looks like is some sort of bullshit rampage straight out of an action flick. Except it's not nearly as cool, and you probably lose your wallet and get a loose tooth because you're so extremely anxious in clenching your jaw. Why not more literal? Why not just a gently written note proclaiming your well-intentioned feelings? Well, if our minds work that way, and just anyone could decrypt your mind that, I'd be extremely out of a job. If you haven't already thrown down your frames in frustration, let me bring it back full circle. What do? Well, I'm no mind reader. You can't read that mess. Perfect for security, right? Mind data wouldn't require passwords other than the craziest shit your brain comes up with, right? Wrong. I intercept those signals before they make it to the SARnet. Not for long, but for a brief moment in time, they're mine. In all their weirdness. And I can read them. Think about it for a sec. Thoughts to dreams to data, yeah. I've seen some fucked up shit. More enthralling tales next time. For now, Navigator out. Cerebral Network Mindat number 525-672-897-C. 525 sets of eyes. 2 of them are green. The eyes are not looking at me. Most of the eyes are not looking at me, all but the green eyes. The green eyes are not like the rest. The green eyes are like the rest with the exception of color. The color leaks from a celestial faucet that drips down into the iris. It fills the eyes with that color, flooding the emptiness. Flooding the pools with that color, dripping down into the pupil's abyss. Students line the great hole, green cloaks in green water with lilies. Pupils around the pupil, kneeling, cloth flowing through ankle-deep waters, bending over into the endless darkness. Water dripping, pupils flipping, head over heels, synchronous, fading into the dark. Ooh, I love reading. I love poetry. That's a lot of sets of eyes, though. What the hell? Back to roleplay. Oh my god. Ruined village. Twirls of smoke spiral up through the branches of the northern forest. What was once a village now sits lifeless, surrounded by trees. Apologies for the hackshop description. We'll fill in more room info later. Oz. Available exits. South and then into the mayor's house. Other travelers nearby. Jace, Ozymandias, Barry, and Jan. Barry says, wow, this sucks. Ozymandias elucidates. Out of character. I did put in a disclaimer. Barry out of character. No, I meant the village sucks. It burnt down. Ooh. I kneel at the charred remains of one of the houses. Oz, you're our expert. Are mock beasts capable of this sort of devastation? Oz, hurry up and type. Please. Ozymandias runs a hand along his jaw, surveying the area. The very sort. Flame spews forth from their fearsome maws on a whim, taking all that will not yield towards their eventual fates. I nod and rummage around in several piles of rubble, searching for discarded trinkets. I pace around the area. Jace out of character. How is Oz the expert? I came up with the damn things. You tilt your head and squint. I think I figured out where they've gone. Ozymandias elucidates out of character. You came up with the concept, but Ozymandias is a very well-seasoned traveler and has quite likely seen a great deal of these beasts in action. It just makes sense. Jan yawns and wakes from his slumber. Jan says out of character, sorry. Barry out of character. NP baby, you're here now. Jace is typing. Jace runs over to Rain, still holding a charred plank from one of the houses. What? What did you find? Ozymandias yawns. Of course you did. I've known the correct direction this entire time and have simply waited until one of you simply came to the realization. I laugh. Have you now? Oz is typing. Ozymandias blinks. Yes? They ran off further north into the foliage. He kneels down, rubbing a charred leaf between thumb and forefinger. You can see where the last lick of flame left scorched marks upon this board here. Barry nods and, yeah, that makes sense. I roll my eyes and kick at the bush Oz seems fascinated by. Stop looking down there. I thought you were an expert on mock beasts. First, use your nose. Smell that? Ozymandias elucidates. No. Barry sniffs. Jace raises brows, testing the air. Now that you mention it, yes, it's a bit like rust? Jan says, yeah. Ozymandias is typing. He crosses his arms and inclines his head toward the burnt houses. That's the smell of blood. It smells like rust. I grin. No, I can assure you this is literally rust. Now... I pace over to a collection of trees on the outskirts of the village. See these scratch marks? Oz is typing. Out of character. Dear, I know my room description is lacking, but you can't just make up details that clearly aren't there. Jace, out of character. Didn't stop you. Desk. Village. Trails of smoke spiral up through the branches of the northern forest. What was once a village now sits lifeless, surrounded by trees. Several long scratches that look like claw markings run vertically along several trees along the outskirts. Near these trees, there's a prominent sense of rust. What the fuck? Rain's right. There's markings. Check the room description. A character, yeah. The hell? I didn't write that. Stone must be messing with us. Well, whatever. Raise a brow at the sudden silence. I can assure you, whatever made these claw markings is still in the area. Possibly above us at this very moment. I'm starting to think that Rain is just a part of the game. I don't think Rain is a real person. Why did the music stop too? Hello? A shrill yell pierces the canopy, thundering down at the collected travelers. Cruel snarls snake their way down tree after tree, embers glowing from beyond decayed metal sockets. Fluid seeps from the razor maws, setting foliage aflame as it drools out from between teeth. Oh. I step backwards and take a defensive position. Ozymandias is typing. Type faster, please. Out of character. Seriously, Stone, that's not funny. Who? Other travelers nearby. Who is Stone? What? Oh, shut it, Oz. This is exciting. Just play along for once. What is this music? Also, who's Stone? Who? Jace grabs at the flask on his hip, unstopping it. A thin stream of water emerges, circling his head in large screams and flips at the beats. At once, the ferocious mock beasts tilt their triangular heads toward the odd flipping elf. One lets out a shriek that sounds unmistakably human and launches it from its perch toward the figure encircled in water. What the hell is going on? Jace raises a hand, turning 3 of the orbiting spheres into icy daggers. He thrusts forward, flinging them toward the incoming beast. I scan the situation as it unfolds, looking for any sorts of weaknesses the beast may have. Okay, this is very loud. Two of the daggers scrape the surface of the beast's metallic exterior, carving long scars along its fire-blackened coat. The third shatters directly on the beast's muzzle, snapping in two. One of the shards twirls away, while the other slams straight into the creature's eye. The eye extinguishes in an instant, leaving the beast to yelp and back up, shaking its head back and forth. I think it's the eye. Non-confirmation, reach back. Drawing an arrow from my bag. Go for the eyes! Ozymandias nods, his deck of cards at the ready. A happy accident, Jace. We've confirmation of their weakness. Strike first at their eyes. With a ceremonious motion, he slays the cards before him, letting each card twirl and reform into a single Oh my god. From a low branch, another mock beast makes its presence known, snarling like an idling engine. Its legs are bent, ready to strike. Barry is typing. Got to be fucking kidding me. Barry eeks and hides behind Jan. Save me, baby. Jan nods and draws his broadsword. The beast in the tree remains and lets out an odd series of snorts that verge on laughter. What's going on? Draw the unseen arrow through the shimmer in the air that is your bow, stretching back and taking aim. I let go, flinging a bolt directly towards the beast's eyes. The arrow just misses the beast, who grins with glee. As if on cue, a third beast bursts from the undergrowth. Maw wide, jaws ready, snap closed on Jan's exposed backside. His ass? Jan falls asleep. Barry says, shit, BRB. Barry falls asleep. What the hell? That felt anticlimactic. Jace shouts, Jan! And prepares another volley of ice daggers, flinging them at the attacking beast. Did something happen to him in real life? Jace waits to see if the attack's connected. Jace is typing. I don't have a good feeling about this. And Jace looks particularly anxious, wondering if the mock beast has been hit. Who? Yeah, who the hell is here? Hello? Jace, Barry asleep, Jan asleep. Where did Oz and who the hell is Stone? Where did he go? Out of character. Where the hell did everyone go? Oh. What the heck? Navigator's Log, 2nd of June 2000 some. Delectable readers. The fact that you're now gluing your eyes to the 2nd edition of this publication means that your names are now amongst the list I keep under my pillow titled Best Friends Ever. Navigator, you must have thought. Your elucidations have turned me on to a whole world of insecurities I never knew existed. First off, you're welcome. Second off, I am so very sorry. So check it out. Every day, I make my way alongside the mindless masses on their way to the train station. Only you know they're not mindless, because that would take away the point of making a cerebral network. The frames grasping their temples say, yes, yes indeed, I have a mind, and it is so busy right now, you have no idea. Except, I do. Ever notice how the little LEDs on the side of your frames blink? That's your mind data, mind dat. Transfer rate. If you're old school, you'll remember something like that from your router. Don't know what that is? Good. Stay off the internet. I know what a router is, thank you. I hear it causes cancer. Shut the fuck up. So these corp drones are buzzing down the sidewalk like a bunch of fireflies sticking their butts in the air so I can see how busy they are. The busier they are, the juicier the data. A bit of a seductive meeting call to us navigator types. Gets you all bothered just looking at those flickering lights. On, off, 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 on, off? Go on, picture that for a sec. I'll wait. Anyhow, Remember how I said the mind generates all these weird images as signals? That's all facilitated by the frames. The official device classification is Ocu-Neural Interface, but ONI was too ominous an acronym for the Japanese partners, so the term frames was coined for the mass market. I feel like that's foreshadowing. The interface transform all those little electric synapses firing away into the mind data. After that, it's all glorious wireless ripe for picking. So these kids, the blinky ones, remember the juicy shit I mentioned earlier? That happens when one of these trained kids gets a message from work. The companies these kids work for? Big deals. Now, in the internet days, you need some serious backdoors to get into a corp's darknet, even during the past apocalypse. They'd store everything locally, employ all those attack dogs and laser drones, big fuss for everyone involved. A cerebral darknet, though. Give me an in. Just a little, you fuck up one more time and you're fired memo, and it's all over. I can write that subconscious all the way back to the source, straight into the land of you pay how much for that intel? Readers, let me take an aside. The world really hasn't changed all that much over the past decade. We have computers that tap into our brainwaves, and that's swell. But is that much of a change? We had personal computers, then we had laptops, then we had smartphones, and now we have frames. We had bulletin boards, then we had the World Wide Web, the internet, and now we have Serenet. The shit we look at hasn't changed. Kids will be kids, adults will be something trying to deny it was ever a kid. When lifted up in a drunken haze of anonymity, we're still huge dicks. What the genius minds marketing the Serenet will have you believe is that we live in a better time. Oh yes, they'll tell you that security risks and anonymity don't matter when it's your own personality and life on the line. When your ID is your id. Well, if you believe all that bullshit, then you're still a kid, and I'm the giant dick pissing on the parade. So, this train kid, dark sweater vest tie, legitimately attractive. Their LEDs are blinking like their shit is about to explode. I don't even hesitate before I tap that signal and see what the hell is up with this kid. Now, I'm not gonna pussyfoot about. You have seen some, everything from dinosaurs goring baby elephants in their sleep to animatronic zombies putting on a full production of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. In any case, here's the weird shit. This kid's mind date imagery is fucking text. Why do I feel like this is supposed to be me, the narrator? I'm talking DOS level shit, if you even know what the acronym means anymore. Admittedly, I don't know what that acronym means. I really don't. Black screen, white text, scan lines, black screen, white text, scan lines still works. It's enough to take me off my game. Nearly lose my footing. Until I notice that this mind date is headed somewhere big. Bigger than big. Whoever employs this kid has money, and they're signaling that signal there. But I'm too late. The sheer absurdity of someone dreaming up a big wall of letters just hits me, and before I know it, the thing's gone, the train stops, and the stampede's trampling away any hopes this one has at the game of the century. Readers, let me tell you something. I've got fire in my blood. There is nothing that escapes the Navigator, and I'm gonna find this kid. Count on it. Till next time, Navigator out. Teehee. Chat, should I be a voice actor? Cerebral Network, mind date 525-6728-97A. That's different. The S train to is now approaching. Please step away from the tracks. Do not board until the doors have opened and the train has come to a complete stop. Doors now opening. Welcome aboard the S train to boop. The next stop will be at boop. And now arriving at boop. Please stand back from the doors until they have opened. Welcome aboard the S train to boop. The next stop will be boop. Now arriving at boop. Please stand. Okay. Hey. Oh, okay. Never mind. It changes. Please stand back from the. Hey, man. How's it go? Hey, going well. Hey, yeah, you ready for Friday? You know it. How's the project go? I can't stay. And okay. NDA Nancy. How now arriving at boop. This is the last stop. Please. All right, man. Good seeing you. Brief. Yeah, for sure. You too. Oh, I feel like I had a stroke. Jesus. Description. Please have a boop. Beep boop. Eastern Forest Path. Summer. The woods to the east of this. Wait, hold on. The woods to the east of the clearing are lightened by the gentle rays of sun that filter down through the thin canopy of leaves. Countless travelers have flattened a wide lane of leaves, bark, and dirt that wind through a dense collection of skeletal trees. Scant chatter of birds floats overhead. It is barely visible, but a small cottage can be seen through the foliage. No obvious path leads there, but as you turn your gaze towards it, the trees seem to bend away in anticipation. Available exits. West to the clearing, further east to Ozymandias' home. Other travelers nearby. None. Oh, I'm just by myself. A gentle breeze wafts my ear. You believe to hear Ozymandias utter the following words. Rain? If you'd be a deer, I'd like to speak with you about something. I frown and contemplate the awkward collection of bending trees. I pace for a moment before deciding to head in their direction. Oh, Ozymandias is home. Let's go. You leave toward Ozymandias' home. The interior of this otherwise humble cottage defies your expectations the moment you step inside. A carved wood aesthetic permeates the interior, seeming to be at least thrice the size of its exterior conveys. Comfortable chairs line a cozy living room, and various furs cover the floor. A roaring fire blazes in an enormous hearth. Along the walls, books of all colors and sizes sit upon endless rows of shelves. Available exits. The exit, the bedroom, the guest room, the basement. Other travelers nearby. Ozymandias. Ozymandias sits calmly before the hearth, unconsciously shuffling his cards again and again. It is a deliberate rhythm, a meditation. His eyes are firmly affixed to the flames, watching them flicker as the crackling of the fire syncopates with the card's trill. I carefully step inside, holding the door with one hand. I arch a brow at the grand interior, looking to the man seated near the fire. Describe Ozymandias. Finally! Logged in for 52 hours. Bro does not sleep. The robed individual before you has many faces and many names. For now, he is a goateed gentleman simply named Ozymandias. He claims no lineage to the people of Verda, nor does he seem to be of this world at all. He flickers indeterminately when looked upon, as if his hold on reality may fade at any moment. His irises are at times a pure white, but when a fully solid apparition, a gentle blue leaks in from the sides. The gentleman's hair is not just black, but of a void altogether alien to the space surrounding it. The glistening of stars can be seen if the head is tilted just so, not a sheen, no, but the stars themselves, winking out from beyond the veil of eternity. He meets your gaze, and at once you feel at peace. Equipment, robe of the eternal, deck of cards. If this is a real person, I feel like it's an incel. If this is just like a game character, oh well, I don't think he's a straight up game character because he's able to use the out of character command. This is someone who is chronically on here, if not said outright by the 52 hours, yeah. I say, you called to me from outside. How the hell did you manage that? Yeah, how? I don't understand what whispering is. I don't know what direct messages are. Ozymandias turns, an even expression upon his face. He takes the deck in one hand, patting a face-up card on the side table with the other. Luck of the cards, he says, inviting Rain over to take a look. He's trying to make me his Discord kitten. I slowly approach, reaching out with a hand toward the card Oz has called out. Is it tarot cards or like playing cards? The card contains the number 6 and an illustration of a cupped ear, as if listening intently. A spell card, I take it? I smirk. Hold on. Very intuitive, especially for an individual native to this world, or are you? He gestures toward a second seat before the hearth. Please, take a seat. Native to this world is an interesting choice of words. First of all, I sit, my legs crossed. I sneak a glance towards the deck of cards. Ozymandias holds, and then I flip my eyes back towards the fireplace. Ozymandias is typing. Ozymandias smiles, fanning out the cards before him. Curious? I grin. Can I guess first? Oh my god, do I get to make a choice? Please, 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 please. Ozymandias folds the cards back into a deck. Placing them onto the table, he covers them carefully with his palm. You may. I shrug. Not too elaborate a guess. I pull a thing out of that deck, turn it into a spell, and everyone gets all impressed. Oh, I thought I was gonna guess what card I was gonna pull. I'm upset. Okay, so I'm cynical. Ozymandias laughs, giving the cards another shuffle. You make it sound so boring. You are, at least partially, correct. My powers are vast, but unpredictable. I cannot simply cast what I will. Like anything of vast power, it must be mitigated by some degree of inhibitor. These cards are mine. I shuffle, draw from the top, and trust the fates that I have made the correct choice. And the fates chose for you to send a message abroad. And you chose me? Ozymandias is typing. He shrugs. He takes the card from the table and incorporates it back into the deck. There are not many about that I wish to speak with at this time. Jace dislikes me something fierce, and both Barry and Jan have not been seen since the Mock Beast incident. I have a feeling they both died in real life because of what happened in this damn game. He leans back in his chair. You are a mystery, dear. No one knows a thing about you since you arrived. I would at least discover something to fill in that large blank. Describe me. And then it glitches. I logged in for 2 hours, no description, equipment, nothing. Oh! I shrug. What do you see? Hello? Oh, interesting music. Ozymandias frowns. Stand up. Let me take a good look at you. I stand before the hearth. We're about to learn some lore, I think. Music cues are everything. I hope. I raise my arms and spin as if appraising myself. Ozymandias is typing. Type faster, sir. Ozymandias elucidates. I see a courageous young woman, hardened by a life spent surviving on her own. She has peculiar pale white hair falling just short of her eyes, sticking out in bunches in front of her ears. She dresses modestly in a dark gray tunic and oiled leather trousers designed to withstand whatever nature tosses her way. The simplicity of her equipment belies an adept command over the winds. The air itself shimmers at her back, hiding her elemental equipment. She maintains an aloof attitude, one side of her mouth curled, and a retort always armed and ready for deployment. But she does care, more than she would like to admit. Oh my god, I'm literally YN. I nod. You're quite attentive, Oz. I sit back down and stare into the hearth. Hold on. I do have one additional question, if you'll allow it. Why the name Rain? With your command over the winds, it would seem the name ill fits your talents. I raise a brow at him. It's the name my parents gave me, silly or not. They didn't know who I'd become. Ozymandias nods. Only who they held in their arms, soft and innocent. Sounds an accurate description, even still. I level my gaze at Oz and stand with a huff. I am neither. Not anymore. A nerve seems to have been pinched. Okay, I'm still talking. I shrug an arm in his direction, sending a powerful gust this way as I stop towards the door. Hello? Ozymandias is shoved from his chair through the air and into the corner, laughing as he goes, even as he pauses to rub his bruised shoulder. I exit. I leave toward... Where am I going? Oh. Hey, Navigator. 3rd of June, 2000 some. Attractive readers, I know you like fashion. I like fashion, and I'm a fucking nerd who spends most of the day in an out-of-body experience poking about the dark recesses of other people's thought encryption. Why fashion, you ask? Well, us humans have a bit of an ego thing going on. Mind date so very frequently becomes a surreal self-insertion fix starring your most fantastical self-image. Fashion, in turn, informs your self-image. You may not wear it IRL, but your knowledge of that stuff reflects in how you see yourself. The hell you care about that for, you ask? Well, I would ask what you're doing in my head asking questions, but let's forget that for now. Simple answer is, it makes way for more interesting people watching while thumbing through all this mundane mind-at. Like, seriously, last thing I want to see is you in a sweats and tee. I'm sorry, it's just not interesting. Flex that imagination. I'd rather see you as a squirrel than literally the most boring version of yourself. Why do I care so much? Well, we'll get to that, don't worry. Back when the frames were introduced, well, it's like when cell phones debuted. I'm sure the first nerd that toted around a huge-ass brick thought he was the ultimate badass. Look back now, of course, and you're like, what the hell was he thinking? Same applied to those clunky head tumors that preceded frames. You'd think someone would have had the foresight to know just what frames would be replacing and design them to be even slightly as stylized and approachable as your common smartphone, right? The idea of wearing a huge-ass visor did not fly at all. Anyway, here's where it gets good. The great irony in the modernization of frames is that we, as a culture, had just conquered eye deficiencies. We take a look at the wee little babes and correct that shit before it gets too out of hand. Brilliant, right? Glasses and contacts are a thing of the past, but suddenly, bam. Guess what? You want to stay up to date with the rampage and tech stampede? Well, how about these stylish glasses to wear? Yeah, the ones you just threw away. The other great irony is that in a nation where more and more individuals were losing their sight from long hours in front of screens, glasses were now required to access the next generation. The eyewear industry is alive and well, jobs intact, because of a technology introduced just as they were on the verge of being made irrelevant. Huh. When I'm out and about, prepping to browse MindDate, I'm not exactly what you would call the most innocuous individual. My personal style is somewhere between fashion's long, antiquated steampunk phase and dark Lolita. And before you fire any synapses in the wrong direction, yes, I am a huge weeb. Get over it. In any case, whatever. I fancy frills and a good pair of goggles. So I've got these beefy green lensed things on, looking smug as shit in my corner of the train. Navigator, you say, and I shoot you a glance reminding you about asking questions in my head, but you continue anyway. You were so adamant about that whole sailor suit bullshit earlier. Why tell us what you really look like? Readers, my answer is obvious. What's to say anything I write is the truth? Contemplate the value of a grain of salt before we continue. So here's why all this fashion stuff matters. I'm on this train again, same train as yesterday, hoping I can catch a glimpse of Tex Kid's bizarre mind-at. Things aren't looking so hot. Plenty of dark-haired individuals, plenty with busy LEDs, but none of them are the kid I'm staking out. I'm bored, about to call it quits, when I stop looking at the details and look at the direction, where these mind dates are going. I can't decide whether I want to say mind dates or mind dads. With Tex Kid, I had paid too much attention to the details, and I didn't notice the value until it was too late. And then I see her. I see the direction this mind dat's flowing, checking it against my own vast memory. And sure as shit, she's a fucking coworker of the Tex Kid. I freak out with a little squeal and glue my eyes to the data. Her mind dat is special. A woman, dark auburn hair spilling down over bare shoulders, eyes lowered in contemplation. She sits on top of an infinitely rippling pool of water, not breaching the surface, bare legs pulled up close against bare chest. Chin on knee, she gazes down at a thin band of silver encircling her middle toe. The entirety of her focus is on this toe ring, and so too does it draw my attention. An inscription begins, Testis Unis. The rest is hidden from sight. Crossfade from the data, through green lenses, to that woman sitting on the train. That woman with the same auburn hair, the same downturned eyes. The same woman from the mind dat, but clothed. This, friends, is why you must take care to differentiate your self-image from reality. It just makes things awkward for all of us. Navigator out. Okay. And we're going. Oh, this means nothing to me. Did I sound like Bibble from the Barbie movie? Something like that, right? Out of character. Oh my god, wait. Is Rain actually gonna go out of character? What? Eastern Forest Path. Summer. The woods to the east of the clearing are lightened by the gentle rays of sun that filter down through the thin canopy of leaves. Countless travelers have flattened a wide lane of leaves, bark, and dirt that wind through a dense collection of skeletal trees. Scant chatter of birds floats overhead. It is barely visible, but a small cottage can be seen through the foliage. No obvious path leads there, but as you turn your gaze towards it, the trees seem to bend away in anticipation. And available exits: west to the clearing, further east, and Ozymandias' home. Once again, other travelers nearby. Jace! Hello, Jace! Jace says, out of character, what the hell were you doing at Oz's place? You didn't cyber or some other gross shit, did you? Oh, you suck. That, okay. Okay, so I literally don't respond to any out of character shit. Look disgruntled. I look disgruntled as I stomp onto the path. I almost didn't notice Jace, but then stop and look noticeably more cheerful. Ah, Jace, didn't see you. Jace says, out of character, oh, you did, didn't you? I raise an eyebrow at him. Why so quiet? Magdi's attack still got you spooked? Just says, out of character, the whole eternally in character act is getting a bit old. You know, it's not entirely forbidden to say something out of character, it just feels like you're ignoring me otherwise. Oh god. I pace and lean up against the tree. I'm just as worried about Jan and Barry as you are. We both saw them disappear during the attack. It's not like I haven't been looking for them. Jay says, out of character, you are ignoring me, aren't you? God, what the hell? I thought we were getting on real well. Oh god, I'm talking a lot. I walk over to Jace and place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I'm sure they're fine, I grin wide. Now, you still have a not this forest destination you promised to take me to. I think I'm literally unable to fucking respond to out of character shit. Jace blinks, right, follow me then. He reaches in his pocket for a small stone, drawing it out. Hold out your hands, he says. I hold out my hands anxiously. Jace drops the stone into Rain's palm. It is smooth, pale, and inscribed with the letters out of character, or OC. He reveals his own stone, identical in size and inscription. He holds it tight between his palms, and a glowing light escapes through the gaps in his fingers. Jace disappears with a pop. OC. Okay. I disappear with a pop. Out of character tavern, a warm atmosphere greets me. As I appear within the non-canonical building, the murmur of dispirited discussion is everywhere, replete with laughter, the clink of ale mugs, and the roar of the fireplace. Travelers from all over the world of Verda have stripped their burdens and are afraid to converse without the boundaries of their adventures. This is an OC room. All out-of-character chat is permitted without the use of OC tags. Available exits. O for out. Other travelers nearby. Jace. Jace says, there, now will you talk with me? I frown. You're a dick, you know that? What? I say. Okay, never mind. I just choose not to respond to out of character shit. I say, I'm alone with another person for more than a minute and you just accuse me of having sex with him? What the fuck is wrong with you? Jay says, you were the one answering or ignoring my questions. I didn't even think you could break character, but well, here we are. I didn't think that I could break character either. Say, of course you're wrong. That's the point of this muck, right? Roleplay? But oh god. Oh. But every other goddamn line you send is out of character to this, out of character to that. Like, this is some kind of fucking dating service. You want our characters to fuck? Fine. But give me a damn good reason in character before you start accusing me with some false sense of betrayal. Oh, shit. Get his ass, Rain! Get his ass! Uh-oh. Fuck. Very intelligent, Jace. Very smart. Hello? Jay says, I'm sorry. Ellipsis. Ugh, I'm an idiot. Yeah. What the fuck? Jay says, you were starting to get like one of those chatbots, you know? Where you're all like, I like pears, and they're all like, tell me more about pears, and you keep going back and forth until the thing gets way too confused, and you can obviously tell it's not really another person. Yeah, fair enough. I also thought I was a bot. Jay says, Rain, you there? Tell me more about chatbot. Oh my god. It's a bit now. It's a bit. Oh, music time. Hello? Ha ha. Very funny. I know I'm funny. Okay, seriously, cut it out. I had you going though, didn't I? No, not really. Anyone who yells at me for being a dick definitely isn't a chatbot. So your Turing test for me was to piss me off? Do they even do those anymore? I'm pretty sure they gave up on the tests well before any AI could have passed. Jay says, are you saying some could? I shrug. Maybe? Who really knows? Am I AI? Oh, why are you so curious? Ozymandias is AI. No, I'm playing. Unless. Jeez. I saw you typing. Hello? Just forget I asked. Sorry. I laugh. Jay says, really, I am sorry. I've enjoyed RPing with you for the past couple days. I fucked up. I shrug. Don't worry about it. Teehee. Jay says, so? You're terrible. What? You still want to know what Oz and I were talking about? I shrug innocently. Or he shrugs instantly. I say, we were just doing some character development. I was an idiot and forgot to put a description on this character. So he ended up writing something for me. It's not bad, honestly. He may come off as an overblown power gamer, but at least his heart's in it. Jace says, really? I don't know if there's any candidate for the title Dick. Jace examines you. Or me. Ozymandias appears with a pop. What the fuck? Why are you here? Say, you're just jealous. Ozymandias is typing. Ozymandias raises a brow. Jace? Jealous? Well, I never. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Oh. Cool. Ozymandias looks at Rain. My, she is capable of speech. Highly commendable, by the way. Some of us cannot wait to champ at the bit. That is a juicy OOC tag. Yeah, I'll work on it. I laugh. Hey, if I was gonna sign up for a chat room, I would've. How are we going to stay in here? Now, are we gonna stay in here all day, or solve the mystery of the disappearing party members? Mary appears with a pot. Mystery solved. Meow, meow, meow. Jace says, Barry, where'd you go? We were really worried. Even incorporated it into the canon. Hey, Barry, you okay? I feel like Ozymandias should sound like he's always like boasting about something, you know, like the typical weeb. And Jace should be like, Jace should be the main character. No, I'm playing. Jace sounds like a jock trying to hide the fact that he's... Oh, why did the music stop? Hold on. Barry says, yeah, I'm fine, sorry. Good to hear. How about Yon? You left right after you DC'd. Barry falls asleep. Hello? I think something happened to Yon. I say no news is good news? Okay, so that's weird. Why did the music stop? Hello? June 4? July 4? No, June. Navigator's log. 4th June, 2000 some. Intrepid readers, remember that naked mind dat kid from yesterday? I may have kind of not really, but yeah, actually, stalked her. I figured, hey, this kid works with the text kid, right? Why not follow her after she gets off the train and see what's up? So, you know, I just sit there in the corner, smug as usual, goggles perched on the old noggin, and make uncomfortable eye contact with all the other suit-and-tied commuters with their thick-rimmed, oversized, slim, black, tortoise-shell, crystal-tinted frames. Nervous expressions abound, all except that naked kid. She looks back, casual as can be, and twists her mouth into the most insignificant smile. Amid all these gaze-averting simpletons, she dares to stare back through those cherry-red frames. All I can think is, wait, give me a second, hold on. All I can think is, what's she? Oh, what's she see? I don't like that. All I can think is, what's she see? What's she fucking fuck. What's she see? Some hipster kid with oversized goggles and a rust-colored bandana? There's another detail for those of you keeping score. Or does she see the navigator? What's the other detail? Your, like, Lolita clothing? I don't fucking remember. Or does she see the navigator? Does she see her own naked mind flashing across the... Ooh, wait. Does she see her own naked mind flashing across the front of these goggles? The train approaches its final destination, the business district. The car gets packed as the train drifts across the cityscape and into the terminal. It's like an orgy in there with all those blinking LEDs. All the mind dads coming and going. People actively avoiding each other's eyes, and that naked kid with her half-baked smile. Train doors open and out they go in a gasp of air. All these gussied up primroses tromping off to whichever megaplex corp they work for. The moment I step off the train, there is no one that would mistake me for one of them. This is the city of dreams, and dreams aren't built by the hard-working, hand-blistered types anymore. Dreams aren't made much at all anymore, outside of Mindat. Our subconscious gets tired just using the net all day. Last thing it wants to do when we're sleeping is come up with more nonsense. Side effects include a tighter REM cycle, leading to more well-rested workers. Everyone benefits. Or do they? When you're actively dreaming, your metaphoric batteries are charging. You explore ideas in ways that the conscious mind is incapable of on its own. You need those dreams because it lets you rationalize irrationally. To piece together your reality by blowing it up, making it do a funny dance, and waking up with an aha moment, you know? So, by taking your metaphoric batteries and blowing them all on instant messages with your BFFs, what is that doing to our creativity? Hold on, water. You don't remember your mind after you sense it. It's just a process, a private discussion between your subconscious and the frames. Off it goes. There's no aha, just more emoji attached to another cat video. We're losing our dreams to the collective reality. Right, so that was a monster of a tangent. TLDR is, fuck man, I miss dreaming. Naked kid gets off the train. I follow. Cut to the chase. So we're wandering down the street with a gaggle of office workers before they split towards their buildings. Most don't say much, but a few get chatty and splinter off toward the Starbucks. I let the skyscrapers wash over me, not daring to take a goggled eye off naked kid for fear of losing her. These buildings seem to get bigger every day. They're our modern jungle, blooming up into the clouds like the boldest of canopies. There even are canopies above some of them. Rooftop gardens popping up in lieu of dwindling ground space. Soon enough, there won't even be ground left to walk on. It's almost beautiful if you care to look up. No one in this procession does. Except this naked kid. She's looking up, straight up, and I think to myself again, what's she see? Like it's horrible of you developers and writers to make me say that sentence again. Why the hell? What? You try saying it out loud. What she see? Anyway. We get to the building. I don't need to look at the Mindat flow to know that this is precisely the building all those images were flowing to. She stops at the front door to thrust her front pocket towards the NFC lock. Thing beeps and in she goes. I don't enter. What, you think I wanna get shot? The guards use non-lethal force, but shit. If you saw me enter your workplace, I know you wouldn't think twice. There's nothing about me that says, oh, they must work here. And to be honest, I was surprised I made it that far. So, confirmation acquired. I double back and head to the Starbucks that the rest of the pack split toward. I don't order a thing, just hop over to a window seat with a good view of the office building. I tune into the mind app frequencies. It's total chaos, and I don't know what else I expected, but it's enough to slam my head against the padded seat. It overwhelms me for a bit, but like any kind of chaos or noise, there's always a pattern. And once there's a pattern, I can see the oddities. It's the unique ones I want, after all. Text kid, naked kid, some other than the usual shit anyone else is thinking. It's not easy, but like I said, when I opened this log, I'm a fucking genius. Why? I found them. Text kid. Navigator out. P.S. I am aware of just how much dick move it is, making you wait until tomorrow. Never said I was a kind genius. Bye. Cerebral network. Mind at 524-259-866C. I don't know if any of these are changing. My Siri just got triggered. Chest thumps like a drum. Nothing lasts as long as the beat. Nothing sounds as deep as the pound. Nothing. Dancers on the desktop, twirling to a tantalizing sound. Magnetic beats, magnetic feet. Pulling in, pushing out. Dancing. Hornet on the wall, shaking with the syncopated pound. Not a buzz about it anymore, not a grip about it anymore. Falling after all. I see. I don't know what I see. I know what IP is, intellectual property. Goldora Plains. Summer. I'm gonna turn down the volume a little bit, it's a little loud for me. Goldora Plains. A vast field stretches across myriad hills and valleys, dotted by humble stone houses and farms. To the west, the edge of the woods looms, while to the east, the jagged peaks of mountains span the horizon. Connecting many of the commonly visited locales are thin dirt roads that can't seem to keep the grass away. Available exits: west into the woods, farmhouse, east towards the mountains. Other travelers nearby. Jason Osmandius. Jace stretches his limbs. Boy, am I glad to get out of that stuffy forest. Hold on one second. Okay. Jason Osmandius, boy am I glad. Osmandius huffs. That stuffy forest is my home, I'll have you remember. I smirk. Hasn't always been though. You must really love the place to get so defensive. Ooh, I love the taste of gasoline. I'm drinking Red Bull right now. Ozymandias shrugs. One's home is where one rests their head after a long day's work. That cottage just happens to be the place I've frequented most as of late. Oh god, I'm talking a lot. I dash ahead, doing my best to avoid stepping on the patches of grass that poke up through the road. So, what? If we got captured by, say, bandits, and we slept for a week in their camp as prisoners, you'd start calling that home? Type faster. Ozymandias groans. Dear, I think you're missing the point. Jace perks his ears. Dear, huh? He calls everyone dear. I hope. Jace pouts. He doesn't call me dear. You're not female. I laugh. Oh ho 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 ho. Ozymandias continues a steady pace along the path. What I mean to say is that we grow attached to our surroundings given enough time, I suppose, yes. If the hypothetical bandits captured us, forced us not only into captivity, but to share their accommodations, one may eventually grow accustomed to them and become attached to the locale. But I believe it'd take far longer than a week for a home-like feeling to kick in. And even still, that would be some sort of dementia or another psychological disorder. Jace raises his brow. Say what? Ozymandias elucidates. In layman's terms, you'd be straight up nuts. I spin to Oz, and what if, say, Jace and me are actually these hypothetical bandits, this whole world is our camp, and your cottage is actually the accommodations we've set up for you to feel as much at home as possible. Ooh. Ozymandias laughs. Then I would suppose I'm either further gone than I had initially thought, or you're the most kind-spirited captors I've encountered. Jace paces, kicking up a few stones. You've been held captive before then? Ozymandias frowns, looking to the tall grasses as they pass by. Of course. Live as long as I have, and you're bound to make enemies. Make enough enemies, and one of them is bound to hold you prisoner for one reason or another. I'd rather not mention the details, but to answer your question, yes. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't tracked me to this world as of yet. Jace blinks. So, you're on the run? Ozymandias shrugs. Technically, I might be dead were it not for the luck of the card that sent me here. Oz. Your luck seems to be pretty good. You ever get a foul draw out of that thing? 'Cause if not, I'm calling bullshit. Wait, hold on. Oh god, wait. Hold on. Interesting. Oopsie! Hopefully it's okay if I'm streaming this. I hope. Hold on. One second. Ah! Ah! Okay. Anyway, I'm back. Jay smirks and spins a little orb of water on his fingertip as they walk. But that's how he got into that whole mess to begin with. Ozymandias says nothing. Jay says, "That's it, isn't it? A bad draw?" I turn back around and jog to catch up. So, why you keep using them? You typing. Ozymandias remains silent for a time, then speaks up. "It's all I know. It's like you said. I'm a captive of the fates. I do what they will of me. The only control I have is when to invoke their intervention." I cough. Can I intervene for a sec? I scan the field with a vacant look. How exactly is wandering about outside the forest helping us track down where Barry and Jan disappeared to? I think the music's gonna cut out soon. Jace, type faster, please. Hey, you're the one that wanted to get out of that place. Elucidates. The reason is quite obvious. Cards? Barry arrives from the west. Cards. Cards! Barry is typing. Oh. Lol, what's going on, guys? I blink and run up to Barry, joining the others. Yeah, I knew the music was gonna cut out soon. Barry! Where on Verda did he come from? Or, well, where did you go? Ozymandias smiles. Young miss, I'm glad you're safe. Barry is typing. Or Jace is typing. Barry, out of character. I'm fine. Can we just pretend I fell asleep or something? Jace says, we were so worried. Still so worried. Jace is still typing. Hello? Jace coughs. Barry is typing. Barry, can you stop being so cryptic and just tell us what happened? Barry, out of character. Oh, okay. Barry ugs and staggers a bit. Barry kind of sucks at this game, huh? Barry says, the things got yawn. I barely made it out. Frown and take a hand to Barry's forehead. You look terrible. We should get you to a bed, and soon. Ozymandias is typing. Where is Jan? Is he back in the forest where you were taken? Very out of character. I wasn't in the forest. We appeared in the farmhouse. Barry mumbles and points at the farmhouse. Barry says he's in a coma. In a comma. Barry, You said that you're early 20s. Why can't you type properly? Also, this is placed in the future. Why do you not know how to spell? Jace extends a hand. Come on then, you can show us where Jan is. Barry takes Jace's hand and thanks this way. Barry leaves towards the farmhouse. Jace leaves towards the farmhouse. F. I leave toward farmhouse Summer. A peaceful farmhouse with a sofa, kitchen, and a few beds. Available exits. Oh, out. Other travelers nearby. Barry, Jace, Jan, Asleep, and Stone. Who the fuck is Stone? A light footstep reaches through the mist, signaling the arrival of Ozymandias. Barry points. See, he's in a coma. Why can't she spell? Coma. C-O-M-A. Jace rushes over to the bed Jan is laying upon, resting a palm on his shoulder. He lifts a wrist to check the pulse. Sure enough, she's right. He's alive, but only barely. Barry, ugh. Why would I lie? Say, sorry, Barry. We're all trying to catch up. I think my grandma's cooking Spam. Ozymandias is typing. So, does it automatically save if I need to go? No, I'm playing. Ozymandias seems to be lost in thought, fingers idly tapping the deck of cards at his side. Jace crouches down, letting a trickle of water float into his palm and spread out. He presses it against Jan's forehead. I look at Oz. You're not thinking about using those things, are you? It's one thing to whisper a message in my ear, something else entirely to focus on a comatose kid. No, literally, if it can go wrong, what if the kid just fucking dies? Right? Ozymandias begins to shuffle the deck. I have to do something. What else can we do? Have you ever heard of wishing someone back from a coma? Jace looks back at Oz with a glare. Are you listening to yourself? This isn't just some normal, oh look, he's unconscious thing. He disappeared before our eyes, along with Barry, and then they reappear and he's out of it? Obviously, something happened to him. If we find the mock beast, we might be able to find some way to reverse it. Ozymandias does not flinch. And where do you propose we do that? Whatever these beasts are, they have some way of phasing between worlds. Suppose they don't wish to be found. Would it be possible for us to track them down? Barry out of character. Wow, you guys are on a roll. Barry says, well, maybe we look here. Right? We look here. We appeared, right? Oh, wait. Oh my god, Barry, please. Well, maybe we look here. We appeared here, right? I smile. See, all you boys needed was a little common sense. Jace, you're with me. We're searching the second floor for any sign of these beasts. Barry, you stay here and keep an eye on Jan. And make sure Oz doesn't do anything reckless. Barry nods. You betcha. Jace is typing. Jace nods as well, taking cautious hand to the railing as he begins his ascent. You hop up the stairs after Jace. Ozymandias is typing. Ozymandias frowns, continuing to idly shuffle the deck of cards while watching the two head up into the dimly lit second floor. He twitches, fighting the instinct to draw one more card. Barry moves to Jan, wraps her arms around him. Hang in there, baby. Barry is typing. Barry says, hey, stop shuffling. They said nothing reckless. Ozymandias looks down, realizing just now what he had been doing. Apologies, he says, patting the deck and placing it into his bag. What game is this eyes emoji? It's called Escape, ESC, by Radical Dreamland. It's interactive fiction, so it's more like we're watching. We're like an idle narrator as we go through the story. It's not much of a, you know, I affect the story type game. It's just we take notice and we go along with the ride, right? Yeah. So basically, I'm practicing my voice acting. Jace looks back at Rain. I think it's from the same developer as Celeste when I looked it up. Jace looks back at Rain. You take the left bedroom, I'll take the right. I frown. Seriously? There's only 2 of us and your plan is to split up? To split up? Nope, we're both taking the left. So yeah, I don't really know what the game Celeste is about. But sound design is great. Within the bag, the cards begin to grow warm. They tremble, like an itch waiting to be scratched. What's going on? I feel like someone else is about to disappear. The typing do sound high. Ozymandias tries to ignore the sensation. He takes a seat in the chair facing Barry, and the unconscious body of Jan. I'm sorry all of this had to happen to you, he says, in an evenly metered voice, despite his growing unease. Barry smiles. It's okay. Barry sucks at typing properly, or for the game at least. Barry says, I know he's going to be okay. Jace takes a deep breath, raising his arm to the closed wooden door. You ready, he asks. It's interesting how we're able to witness all this even though we're on 2 separate floors. I say, of course. That's why I'm here. I think a fun mechanic is that I actually get to type nonsense on my keyboard while the actual response is typed on screen. I don't need to think at all, I just tippy-tappy. Jace says, well, yeah, but, you know, I just want to check before. I say, just shut up and open the door already. The cards burn. What the hell? Ozymandias, what the hell? Barry is typing. Barry says, we haven't been together long, but I trust him. What the fuck? Ozymandias nods, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Barry is typing. What is going on? Barry says, he saved me when I almost died, so he can't die. I know it. They burn. Ozymandias is typing. I'm feeling strange. I feel like someone's about to die in game. Ozymandias grits his teeth. There's also this cool thing in between chapters where we completely switch narrators. Ozymandias grits his teeth. Oh god, I didn't read. Oz reaches for the cards. Jace grasps the handle tight, turning it with the smallest of gestures until he hears it click. Oz reaches for the cards. Ozymandias grunts, yanking his arm away forcefully. And Barry says, huh, Oz, what are you doing? Oz bats his own arm away, making another grasp for the slim pieces of waxed paper ever so close. Jace is typing. Jace slowly pushes in on the door. So Jace and Rain, you know, the main character, I think we're either about to trigger a fight or Ozymandias is about to fucking kill someone. Ozymandias makes a hurried attempt to wrestle his bag away from his body, anything to get those damn things away from him. Oz swings a powerful fist towards his own gut, winding himself. He thrusts his hand into the bag's pocket. I groan. Hurry it up there, slowpoke. I shove a shoulder into the door from behind Jace. Jace yelps, tumbling headfirst into the darkened room with Rain just behind. Barry is typing. Barry runs into Oz. No, stop it. Nothing stupid, okay? Ozymandias is typing. So, what's going on? Ozymandias violently deflects Barry's assault out of pure instincts, eyes wide as he realizes what he's done. He staggers back, mouth agape, as one last breath reveals that he has dropped the cards upon the ground. They flutter to the hardwood floor like autumn leaves. Yet as Oz surveys the dim room, he sees that one card is not like the rest. The one that lies face up on Barry's collapsed body, glaring back at him with burning embers. He's about to kill someone. The cards are about to kill someone, sorry. Ooh, I don't like how it went silent. Ozymandias is typing. Hey bestie, you there? I'm not feeling good. Out of character and scene. Shut the fuck up. Bro. Okay. Navigator's log, 5th of June, 2000 some. Luscious literates. In case you're curious, I do have some remorse for leaving you hanging yesterday. Literally, as soon as I hit send, I felt a huge knot well up in my stomach. I honestly don't know what came over me, but I thought I should let you know. It did, however, get me thinking about the concepts of curiosity and agency. Specifically, how the two work together. I'm not proud of it, but literally since beginning these logs, I have been appealing to your curiosity with wild, brash statements. Doing so, I maintain a solid grip on your goal-oriented decisions. You may hate me for my brash nature, but ultimately I hold your curiosity. Why? It's nothing so different from some scam company's claims that a weird little trick is going to get rid of male pattern baldness, save you money on car insurance, or make you $500 an hour from the comfort of your own home. You're being hypnotized. Not a believer? Don't think it's possible? What if I told you that you're hypnotized right now? Reading, watching a video, getting engrossed by any sort of act that demands your concentration are all forms of hypnotism. It's a hyper-attentive state where everything you perceive with your mind is so real. It's how we get lost in stories, allow things as simple as words to come to life in ways only our minds are capable of rendering. Think about what frames do. They empower your mind to encrypt your communications as dream imagery. But it also does the opposite. It accepts that imagery, that pure mind data, and encrypts it back into rational information. Why is it able to do this? Because every moment we use our frames, we're open to suggestion. We're being hypnotized day in, day out, because that's the only way to interact with the Serenet. Adults in a hypnotized state are, in fact, a lot like children, as much as they loathe to admit it. Capable of grand adventures without leaving the comfort of their own homes, able to imagine themselves in entirely different lives than the ones they truly live. It's a wonderful form of escapism, and it's a shame to have that broken. Just how legitimate is anything you receive via mind data? Are the messages you send being received as you sent them? I'm sure your subconscious will keep that doubt coming back for quite some time now, with or without you. But that's enough introspective bullshit. Let's get back to business, shall we? There are certain things you expect to see in a corporate office. Elevators, cubicles, water coolers, ominous corner offices with impressive titles on the door like Senior Management Director of Junior Management Coordination. That one guy with the unfortunate mustache who always asks what's going on next weekend and gets ignored because, fuck that guy. Oh my god, dude, Lynn, that's you. Izuna, are you here? Chat. That dude, that's Izuna, except minus mustache. What you don't expect, ever, is a jungle room. I'm not shitting you. There is literally a door that says jungle room on it. I mean, I didn't physically go in there, but what else would be in a jungle room but a jungle? Let me step back for a moment. Remember Naked Kid? So before she stepped into the office, I tagged her. Not in any sort of physical wiretapping kind of way, but, well, the metaphor fits. I put a tap on her mind.dat signal. Ever wonder why I call myself the Navigator? Here's why. Finding ins to major corporations on the train is all fine and dandy, but the real meat of the job comes once I need to extract some data. That requires a target and a tag. The tag lets me literally tag along. What she sees, I see. What she hears, I hear. What she smells, well, if I had some sort of olfactory what's it, I'd probably get that too, but smell-o-vision is still not a thing, so whatever. It's not important. So, I'm sitting there in the Starbucks across the street with dimmed lenses and big muffly headphones. They become my second eyes, my second ears. She's in the elevator. "Morning, Dana," she says a voice. So suddenly I know 100% more about this kid. Experiencing the senses of another human being is a lot like playing a first-person shooter where you've got this overly scripted bullshit at the start of the game, and you're just watching and waiting for the inevitable betrayal or whatever makes your character ultimately decide they're about to shoot dudes in the face. Except instead of face shooting, you just keep watching that scripted bullshit until something exciting happens. Like turning to face a door and seeing the sign "Jungle Room." Look, I won't lie, as weirded out by this room as you probably are. I'm as weirded out by this room as you probably are, but the real interesting bit unfortunately has nothing to do with it. Dana, who I will continue calling Naked Kid, walks right past this unfortunately labeled door and rounds the bend. She crosses a cavernous walkway that opens up into glass walls on both sides, looking way down into the 5th floor cafeteria surrounded by greenery. And then she reaches a new door, one even more conspicuous than the last. It's blank, and very locked. At least 4 sets of locks, in fact, and I count them as she waits for the door to open. She doesn't step back, just waits right there, eyes focused intently on the edge where the door meets the frame. The door opens a crack, and suddenly my perspective is smooched up against this surprised face. A familiar face. It's Text Kid. "Hey, baby," says Naked Kid, backing up a little. Text Kid smiles, brushes fingers against their lips, looking just as cute as they had on the train. They blush. "Not at the office," they say. "Aw, come on," she replies. "You're all alone in there, right?" They give her a look. "Not for long." "You gonna be around tonight?" she asks. They give her a pained look. "Work." "You've got a bed in there?" she says, and I can almost feel her pout. I don't like where this is going. "Look, I'll message you when I get a spare moment, alright?" She nods. They smooch faces together again. Text Kid shuts the door. Naked Kid heads to her cubicle, footsteps a slow plod compared to the swift pace before. She seems bummed out by her presumed partner's behavior. I'll be honest, so am I. Because Text Kid's working on something that's secret as shit, and more than anything, I need to know what it is. One last thing she does catches my eye. She sits down at her desk, takes a long hard stare into nowhere, then down at one of her hands. Sitting pretty on her finger is a ring. But not just any ring, the silver ring that had resided upon her toe in the mind.dat. She turns it slowly and I'm able to make out the full inscription. Testis unis, testis nullis. One witness is no witness. My only thought as I look through her eyes is, if only you knew. Navigator out. Okay. I have no thoughts on that right now. 524-259-866A. We're being watched. Hey, baby, not at the office. Oh, come on, you're alone. You're all alone in there right now. Right. We're being watched. Hey, baby, not at the office. Oh, come on, you're all alone in there, right? Not for long. You gonna be around tonight? Work. You've got a bed in there. Look, I'm you when I get a spare moment. All right, stay in there till I give the word. Now, where were we, Rain? Rain? Hello? Wait, is Text Kid Ozymandias? Is that why he's... Okay, that makes sense. Brody is spending all his time in there, just on this game. Out of character cavern. A warm atmosphere greets you as you appear within the non-canonical building. The murmur of spirited discussion is everywhere, replete with the laughter, the clink of ale mugs, and the roar of a fireplace. Travelers from all over the world of Verda have stripped their burdens and are afraid to converse without the boundaries of their adventures. Note, this is okay. Okay, so Jace, Ozymandias, and Barry, we're all here. Barry says, lol, that was intense. Jace exhales. I didn't think I could make it through your stupid bet. Barry says, what bet? Ozymandias elucidates. Rain and I bet Jace that he couldn't get through a single RP session without breaking character. Jace says, you have no idea how many lines I had to delete for that. I laugh. Well, you made it. What? Gloriously, even. Oz, I'm not even mad about your dumb theatrics. Ozymandias elucidates. That wasn't entirely under my control, you know. Stone was there too, and he seems pretty insistent on getting all antagonistic on us. Jace, huh? Really? I didn't even notice he was around. Barry says, creepy. I say, why doesn't Stone ever come out and chat? I've only ever seen him mysteriously appearing in rooms, doing some spoof text and then leaving. No, yeah, what? Or maybe Stone is Text Kid? I don't know. Jace shrugs. That's how Stone works. He's even more hardcore than you, Rain. No one's heard from him, OC outside of the Mux login text and the admin notes Ozymandias is typing. He elucidates. He's the administrator, which means he can log in and out, enter and exit rooms, all without displaying any text. It's required of the rest of us to keep our characters in the world at all times, but the admin may as well be role-playing the world itself. He has a log of everything that occurs regardless of what room it transpires within. Okay, so never mind, I guess Text Kid is Stone. So, interesting. How do you know all of this, Oz? Jace is typing. Jace says, oh, you don't know, do you? Oz used to be admin before Stone. That's crazy. Okay, never mind. That makes sense as to why he's so wordy and shit. He nods. A vast majority of the rooms we've been roleplaying in are of my creation. Stone took it over when I felt more inclined to play a role than maintain the fiction. Barry says, whoa, cool. I made the farmhouse. Lol. Ozymandias chuckles. I noticed. It has your style about it. I could work with you on elaborating a bit more, perhaps. Its description is fairly limited. Perhaps we could work on it together before you get back into the thick of the plot. Barry glows. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Oz. I say, so how long has this muck been going? There's never many people on other than you guys. Yeah, who are these people? Jace says, well, I've been coming here for a good few months or so. Oz would know more, obviously. Ozymandias elucidates. The muck has been running for several years when I took over as admin. I'm not certain how long exactly, but it has always been a labor of love. A relic, really. You rarely see anything in text form lately. Roleplaying via text input? Ancient. But to me, it is still the purest form of creativity. Not many get to experience the joy of writing collaboratively in real time. Smile. That's a nice way to put it. Jace nods. It's nothing award-winning, but it's ours. Because I want to assume that the ones that the navigator is introducing us to are all players within the... what's it called? Within Muck? Verda Muck? Ozymandias elucidates. Precisely, we live in a world where you can get lost in a subconscious fantasy realm populated by the imaginations of millions. Yet the text grounds us in our personal expression, a level of control that one can fully own. I say. Right, that's basically what Jace said. Ozymandias is typing. Okay, we're gonna start going in circles. He chuckles. Barry is typing. Gee, I just realized something. Oh, what's up, Barry? Pretty music. Why is this called Muck? Multi-user sum. I thought you knew. It stands for Multi-User Chat Kingdom. I know that's stupid, but Virtus ruled by a queen. It should be queendom. Chase laughs. I don't think that's how it works. Ozymandias laughs. Well, Muck-Q doesn't have much of a ring, but I suppose it retains its pronunciation. I'm glad you're well versed in your canon, Barry. I didn't know. Barry smiles. Yeah, I suck at writing, but I know what I'm doing. I shake my head with a laugh. Well, we'll have to talk about the elf thing. I can't doubt you know what you're doing, but it's hard to tell sometimes what with how you type. True. Barry says, yeah, never been good at words. I talk just fine, promise. I say, you ever do any RPing with voice chat? Or in person? Hurry! Oh, yeah, plenty. It's not as good, though. Ozymandias chuckles. I agree, but I'm curious why you think that. Barry says, it's just embarrassing. I don't like my voice. Jace nods. I feel that. Have you tried using any sort of speech-to-text app? Barry says, what? I never even thought of that. Barry falls asleep. Oh. I guess she's going to look at an app. Jace blinks. Laugh. Well, maybe we'll find out what the fully punctuated and capitalized Barry sounds like soon. Oz is typing. Who knows? Why the mysterious music? Hello? What's going on? Jace says, Oz, what is their story anyway? It seems like Barry and Jan were always here, but Jan barely says a thing and Barry is, well, you know. Oz elucidates. Your guess is as good as mine. They've been here even longer than I. I raise a brow. You serious? And they've always been like that? This is an interesting ass group. What the hell? Oz is typing. Ozymandias nods. There were others, of course. Many others besides the two of them. They're what remains, oddly enough, of what I'd refer to as the old guard. The generation prior to mine own. Jay says, what happened to him? Oz elucidates. Again, I'm not certain. I was admin then, so I never participated in OSC talks much. If I had to guess, I'd say that they either got too caught up in work, got married, or otherwise moved on. Jace says, well, that's a damn shame. I can only imagine what this place would feel like full of people. Oz chuckles. Not too much different from how it is now, really. Even with a fully stocked roster of players, most just idled about in the clearing you spawn in, chatted in here, or made little private rooms to go off and have their own adventures. It must have not always been like that, though, right? All Muck started as a single room and expanded out from there. Oz is typing. We babble before we talk. We walk before we run. Well, yeah, but what does that have to do with this place? Jace waits. Wait. My phone. I say, must be typing a novel. Oh shit, he is. He elucidates. If you think about it, the development of this collection of rooms is a lot like how our minds expand over time. When we're born, we have a finite number of concepts available to us. Our capability to solve problems is binary. We either remain silent and content, or we cry to express whatever misgivings we may have. Eventually, our options grow. We build out our rooms in all directions from that central binary reasoning unit. Instead of heading just west towards expressing contentment or east towards dissatisfaction, our options branch further and further towards the minutiae. We use language to inform our opinions, crude at first, like our dear Barry, and eventually toward the expansive vocabulary available to our chosen language. What we end up with is our construct, not just capable of expressing opinions, but able to consider them, debate them. Yep, okay, sec, reading. Not okay. You make an eloquent analogy to this physical space of the muck, but what about the players? What are we? Ozymandias elucidates. We're the decision makers, the electric synapses within the mind that flow in a certain direction, determining the outcome of its deliberation. Jay smirks. Well, we're sure doing a shit job of it, sitting in here and talking about the nature of the online universe. I grin. Much as I'd like to agree with you, Jace, we should wait for Barry to return before getting back to it. Oh, 1 second. Oh, shit. With how spotty she's been lately? Ozymandias elucidates. Rain is correct, at least let us wait an hour. If she isn't back by then, we'll presume she's unconscious. I nod. Like her mysterious yawn. Jace grins. Nothing mysterious about a magical coma induced by being dragged across the borders of worlds. Okay, navigator's log. 6th of June, 2020-some. Or 20-some. Wistful witnesses? I've been putting a lot of thought into the concept of being an observer. Who isn't anymore? I'm guessing this is Stone? We're all witnesses to something every day, no matter if we like it or not. The entire past apocalypse was built upon the bones of our privacy, picked clean by the vultures that decided to loose the skeletons of a billion closets upon the unsuspecting masses. Stripped bare, our world was a fully automated system of appearance recognition and check-ins. Beyond the 20-plus years of its maturation prior to the collapse, the internet licked its gaping maw and its hundreds of millions of eyes open to observe reality and pass judgment. Cameras, phones, webcams built into every computer, all observing the world and providing real-time feedback on its infinite flaws. It was an age of brutal honesty. In what had once been the realm of anonymity, pseudonyms, and invented personalities, our skins were shed and left us naked to all that would watch. Most couldn't turn their heads. News outlets across the globe fed bullshit story after clickbait article into the stream, drip-feeding misinformation into our honesty-prone information sockets until we couldn't tell the difference anymore. The response, of course, was great undigested congealment that had been rolling about in the acids of the internet's stomach since it bared its shame. The scorned anonymous masses, not even knowing the days of anonymity, but sharing in its spirit, unanimously and unconsciously decided that they could not abide. When the phrase, "sorry, got hacked," became just as common as, "had cereal for breakfast," well, shit, something's going on. When your entire online culture is constructed out of a series of assumed truths with people behaving completely unlike themselves without disrupting the stream of their reality, yeah, that's a tremor. When faceless mind slugs are crawling into the skins of established personae and directing the course of their observed lives, that is a bomb stuffed with the finest powder of trust, ready to be blown to shit when it affects the most visible people in the world. No one can be trusted. Faces were as good as pieces of paper washed away in the downpour. Everything that was built up over those countless years, gone, reduced to a collection of fuzzy signals from smashed cameras. Consider where those actions led. Consider what we have now. How is it so different? How is it not worse? We are now observers of reality that cannot be altered, hidden, or defriended, as seen through the very eyes of its participants. The concept of a collective sub-reality that lies just beneath the surface is an enticing one. It's one that's been written about in fiction for years. What is more secure than your own mind, your own thoughts? What better proof is there to your own identity than the fact that you exist and your memories are the same as they were yesterday? But are they? If you had another person's memories, could you tell the difference? Or are you actually in fact now that person? Friends, even with my large biases, I'll admit that yes, we are more secure today than we were yesterday. The subtleties of the mind are a far greater security mechanism than an alphanumeric code. Yet never, not for one moment, think that we are better off. Depressed yet? Good. It's time to line the mood with the further adventures of yours truly. Neither Text Kid nor Naked Kid were on the train this morning. I figure they took a sick day to abscond together, or whatever. With both of their absences, it's almost back to business as usual. Except today, I'm sitting on that train ignoring the flashy mind at, thinking to myself, why not go for a change in scenery? So I do. I get off the train at whatever stop and navigate to the nearest park. People like a good park. Seems like everyone does today, because as soon as I arrive, I notice way more activity than my usual train going. There's a couple guys walking their dogs, sending minedats full of shit in plastic bags. There are some joggers in sweats that absolutely do not need any help projecting their self-image. There are a couple kids, literal ones, on the swings, thankfully not equipped with frames. But there's one kid, figurative, who's staring at them from a bench across the way. Guy's dripping in full-on creeper vibe, and his mind that's curious. Won't lie, first reaction to seeing a mid-40s guy staring at children is stay the fuck away from that mind, but if I'm gonna dip a toe in the pool, I've gotta check all the ripples. Turns out, he doesn't have kids on the brain at all. I tap in, and at once I feel the rush, the exhilaration. He's flying. There's nothing that excites me more than a flyer. Flying is the purest form of data transfer. It's slow as hell, but the adrenaline rush you get is second only to sex. Not many kids are flyers. Not many realize that they are. We spend all our subconscious on mind-dat transfer, so the pleasure of a flying dream is just wasted. It's hard to catch since, due to slow transfer speed, their LEDs aren't all that seductive. But here this kid is, wings spread. He's got literal wings sprouting from his back, soaring above the city. I just close my eyes and bask in it, almost forgetting why I'm there. But the next image from his transfer makes me stop dead in my tracks. He shifted perspectives, focused directly on the literal kids. They kick off, leap, and transform. A bead of sweat melts down his jaw. The next image comes rapid fire. The kids have fully transformed into doves, flapping out of the park and into the sky. The flyer, his hands and feet transformed into razor-sharp talons, skewer the doves straight through their snowy chests. Ooh, I don't like that imagery. Fuck this guy. I stand, flipping between my green-tinted vision and further updates on the pervert's sick mind at stream. The fuck is he thinking, I wonder, trying to pace myself in light of a more and more panic desperation. Check the direction. The data isn't going far. Does he have an accomplice? A client? Who the fuck would want two girls dead? Is he just a psychopath, live blogging his sick escapades? All of a sudden, I get this itch at the back of my mind. It says to me, why do you care? Hold on, let me drink some water. It says to me, why do you care? You're not some fucking hero. You break the law, you profit off people's private information. But what would you have done? If you saw a note in the street that said, I would like to kill these children, wouldn't you do whatever it took to stop it? Unless you're a coward. Unless you're me. But I was feeling stupid today. There was a stupid fire raging. Because I spent the whole day thinking about how we got into this mess, thinking, man, fucking Carl Jung got it all wrong. The only collective unconscious we've got is our inability to be decent fucking human beings. Kid stands up. He walks off out of the park. Of course, I tag him. Sun's already starting to set, so I jog to catch up. He looks up at the street sign. I see it. I'm there. He rounds the corner and runs straight into me. My fists bunch up, dress billowing all dramatic, and plenty of that stupid fire burning behind goggled eyes. He just stands there, dumbfounded until I speak up. The fuck are you doing? Huh? He says, and I want to punch his huh-ing face. Those kids. Don't know what you're talking about. Saw you staring something fierce, man. You crazy? He blurts out. Think I'm some kind of perv? Beats me, I say. You're the one staring at the kids. I see his mind at send off an image the moment it reaches wireless. One punch straight to my jaw. But I beat him to it, kick him right in the groin. I turn tail, dash off, and I'm down the street. Except his message got through. Some massive shadow emerges from the blurry peripheral of my escape. A punch to the gut sent my vision reeling into the black far faster than the pain reaches my noggin. I feel it and more when I wake up. Bro, wait, what? You knocked out? Navigator, no. I feel it and more when I wake up. Smells like shit. Turns out I'm in a dumpster. A dumpster with something heavy as hell keeping it shut. Couple bangs the lid later and exhaustion it kicks in. Weird as it seems, I'm thankful in that moment. Thankful that I'm still alive. Hoping those kids are too. But most of all, I'm thankful for wireless because, well, how else would I get this logout to you at all? How else would I get this logout to you all? There you go. When I get out of here, I'm taking all of the showers. Forever. Navigator out. P.S. If you see a dumpster with, like, rocks or some shit on it, can you please get me out? Hearts. I hope Navigator is okay. Cerebral Network, mind at 662 5091 5098 11C. Up here, there are no limits. Up here, there cannot be. To think otherwise is to delude oneself the nature of what it is to soar within the blue. Up here, the blue is mother, father, and all relations. We bow to him, and dip down through puffs of turbulence. We behold her glory, and ascend to the far reaches of the infinite. The blue smiles as best as he can, and she opens her invisible gates. We pass through in the knowledge that to worship so is but temporary. Yet up here, time is extended. Up here, each moment is an eternity in the embrace of the blue, even when the sky is dark, gray, and full of hatred. There is always the blue beyond. Praise be. That reads like a prayer. It's probably intended to be read as a prayer. V for vortex. Why are we going into the vortex? Farmhouse, summer. This quaint little house is modest by all measures, but all the more cozy for it. There are a number of beds on the main floor and a comfortable sofa that faces the blazing hearth. To the side of the main floor, there's a fully stocked kitchen with numerous pans lining the walls on little hooks. Between both rooms, a series of stairs curl up into the second floor where several more rooms line the hallway. Available exits. O for out. Travelers nearby, Jace, Osmandius, Stone, and Jan. Asleep. Okay, Barry's not back yet. Oz elucidates out of character. Okay, before you dive back in, let's recap where we all were before the break. Oz is staring agape at the flush of cards that have spilled out to the ground, one of which is face up on Barry with the image of a creature with coals for eyes. Barry is, by all accounts, unconscious from the blow. Jace is laying stomach down on the floor of the room. On the floor of the dark room after Rains rammed it open. She is currently on his back. Interesting. Slap Jace. Out of character. That's funny. Jace is typing. Jace laughs. Out of character. I am crushing my elbows into Jace's shoulder blade. It must be quite painful. Jace totally doesn't mind. He's probably into that shit, not gonna lie. He wants to get pegged. I'm sorry. Oh, hello, music. Ozymandias elucidates out of character. Curtains up, stay in character, kids. From beyond the veil of darkness, open... Ooh, within the second floor room. A grotesque yowling surrounds the two travelers. Jace wrestles his way up. Ozymandias is typing. Spring to your feet, looking around in an attempt to see what lies before you in one of the rooms. Ozymandias kneels down, one hand on Barry's forehead. Wake up, he mutters. I didn't mean. He reaches out the other hand toward the face-up card, but whirls back as soon as he sees the illustration. And then, I spring to my feet, looking around in an attempt to see what lies before me in the room. The card radiates a dark energy, beginning to dissolve into some volatile substance. Oz is typing. Whew. Osmandius cries out and quickly grabs the card. In the darkness upstairs, 20 glowing coals stare back from the dark. One begins to emerge, its rusty maw snapping open and shut as it slavers oil from between its razor teeth. I jerk backward. This is certainly not good. Come on. I grab at Jace and start out of the room towards the stairway. Jace is typing. Jace is hoisted up and away from the encroaching circle of monsters. He finds his own footing and also dashing out towards the stairs. The card that Oz grabbed away continues to dissolve, dripping down his palm into his sleeve. His next inhale feels rough, metallic. What the hell? Oz, no. Oz, don't turn into one of them. Not the mech beast, or... yeah. I tear down the stairs. I nearly reel over when re-emerging into the living room and see the scene before me. Oz, what the hell? I shout in the growing crescendo. Oz, what the hell? There we go. Jace is typing. Jace struggles to catch up. Oz is typing. Ozymandias holds out his hand, a blank look in his eyes. Card, he chokes out, desperately pulling back his sleeve, fearfully watching the progress of the dark remnants of the waxed material. I quickly survey the scene, from the fallen Barry to Oz's predicament, to the 52 card pickup or whatever it is. Jace is typing. Jace, also assessing the situation, comes to a hastened conclusion. Rain, you get the cards. I'll see what I can do for Oz. I nod, gather together as much of the deck as I can manage. I gather the rest of the cards with little wind gusts until the whole thing is assembled. Jace is typing. Question, does 52 card pickup, does that include Joker cards? Jace looses water from his pouch, taking a sphere of it to Oz's palm. Oz jerks his hand away involuntarily. Jace says, hold still, Oz. If there's anything I can do, I need you to stay calm. The water evaporates as it hits the black substance coating Oz's palm and wrist. It does begin to halt the flow, however. I begin shuffling the cards, thinking out loud. Sure as hell hope this all works without Mr. Wizard pulling all the tricks. The yowls from upstairs grow louder and louder. I hear the clank of claws begin to descend. Jace throws his glance back towards Rain. What? What are you doing? I continue to shuffle. These damn things got us into this mess, and they're gonna get us out of it. Oz is typing. He coughs out a weak no. He grasps at his sleeve like it's all he has left. I form up the deck, look at it anxiously. I glance towards Jan on the bed, Barry on the floor, Oz and Jace nearby. Here we go, I mutter before closing my eyes and drawing the top card. I slowly open one eye to take a peek. Oh, that's not a fun noise. The card pulsates with a blue glow. On it, there is the number 0 and the image of a swirling vortex. Ooh, there's a chapter title. The walls of the farmhouse shake violently. The card pries itself from Rain's grasp, spinning into the air. More and more beasts begin to form up and tear down the stairway. The card twirls, opening into a gaping circular maw, the very image from the card. I nod. All right, here we go. Jace is typing. Jace gapes. Here we go? Do you even know where that goes? I say, nope, but it's our best option. The unconscious. 2 unconscious, one on the verge. 2 unconscious, one on the verge of losing his mind. Us 2 and 20 really angry things about to make us very uncomfortable. Grab Barry, I've got Jan, and in we go. Jace is typing. Type faster. Jace groans, lifting Barry onto his shoulder. He turns, making sure Oz is capable of moving on his own. Ozymandias nods. He grits his teeth, moving towards the vortex. I carefully lift Jan into my arms, look toward everyone to confirm the plan, and then dash into the unknown. Dash. I want to dash. I want to run it, dash. Where? Take me to the vortex. V. I leave toward the vortex. Vortex! Okay, never mind. Developer's log. Navigator's log, not developer. 7th of June, 20-some. Ravishing renegades. Let's talk about drugs. I know, this may seem like a non sequitur, but hear me out. You know the, quote, war on drugs? Yeah, no bullshit, it was the thing, and it all seems a bit silly these days. Pretty much everything illegal back then got legalized for legitimate uses, so the government could actually regulate appropriately and fund rehab centers and all that. It generally worked out way better than police brutalization, but did it actually get people off drugs? The answer is no, but we'll work our way there. The reason this all comes up is, well, I'm stuck in this dumpster and not a soul's been kind enough to let me out. What they have been kind enough to do is really provide me the juiciest mind at yet. Not as good as Text Kid, obviously, but when you're running low on oxygen in a condensed pile of trash, you take what you can get. So I'm doing my best to recline, giving the lid a few kicks every now and again when I hear shuffly steps coming down the street. Turns out that perv and the Hulk that knocked me out aren't the only creeps to frequent the place. There's a bit of mumbling I can't pick up on, but generally what these kids say is some dumb shit I won't repeat about setting up a drug deal. Imagine the most embarrassing CSI ass attempt at setting up some back alley deal and you'll get the gist. Can't even see what these idiots look like, but I do know how hilariously their self-image projects their self-image. Okay, yeah, that is the sentence. I thought I read it wrong. Dealer's got some weird anemic Morpheus look going on whilst the buyer shows up as something straight out of some ancient JRPG. Hold on. Blue hair and everything. Oh my god, it's Crom. Fire Emblem. It makes me throw up in my mouth if we're being honest. What you got? Asks the buyer, to which the dealer just gives this smug look like, you know I'm fully stocked, bitch. Whatever, says this weeaboo, shuffling around a bit. Anemic Morpheus just settles up to this guy, and I can see the Mindat exchange request well before the weeb gets the notification. Look, I'm not an idiot, so of course at this point I'm trapped in this dumpster, but I absolutely hate... Oh god, I can't read anymore, hold on. Water. But I absolutely have every subroutine telling me... Oh god, I'm making up words. But I absolutely have every subroutine running to tell me what I need to know about my surroundings. Thermal overlays, heart rate monitors, the works. All focus on these two assholes outside that will not let me out of this fly hell. At some point, Anamorph gets this confirmation from Weeb and they enter into some mind-datch metaphor of their exchange. Annie's just hanging out behind the counter at this cafe with a little paper menu spread out for the Weeb to peruse. Now me, being the nosy type, I tiptoe over and give it a little peek, metaphorically speaking. I'm not sure what I expect, but it's a list of oddly generic names with extortionist prices: fly, bed, stargaze, jungle. One stands out: Verda, the Norwegian word for world. Seems fucked, but who am I to judge when there's someone buying a drug called bed? Because who even named this garbage? Anyways, things go to shit because... Oh, I can't read. Anyway, things go to shit once Weeb makes his choice and Annie demands he pay in cash. The fuck? Says Weeb, and this guy's heart rate maxes out. I imagine he's feeling a bit played right now. The purpose of that stupid cafe, mind dad, is to dole out payments in daily lattes to cover the charge. No one demands cash, not when deposits and withdrawals are tied to your literal mind. So Annie is getting testy, Weeb's getting angry, and both are making accusations when that Hulk steps in. It's absolutely the same chunk meat slab that put me in this dumpster to begin with. I figure out what's happening just in time. After a brief skirmish, the dumpster opens. I grin up at them. Fuck, says Annie as the flies buzz out at him. The reaction is all I need to pop out of this metal coffin, plant my feet just long enough to tag the dealer, and get the fuck out. So like I said, let's talk about drugs. I've had plenty of time since I made my escape to think about it. And more than just think, I've been keeping Annie company as makes the rounds. Guy doesn't demand cash out of everyone. Seems he's only an ass to the ones that tick him off. Rarely deals in alleys too. Checks his calendar app from time to time, always hung up in his left periphery. His notifications are going off constantly. It's all scheduled out. He goes door to door, blue collar to white collar, business park to party bus. He hooks up some rich fuck in a penthouse suite and mentions the encounter with Weeb. You ask for cash? Yeah, shit, just for jokes. Gets all offended. Don't even negotiate, just all like, the fuck? The fuck. Bitch thinks he's all clever meeting in an alley like some fucking movie, so I give him the business. Fuck him. I also learn about his self-image, if only from a flash in a window. In reality, this guy's still got those dumb-looking Morpheus circle shades, but he's got a bit of pudge about him, and he's not nearly as black or cool as his mind that implies. Which is fine, like, it's nice to want things. Of his drug array, Fly, Jungle, and Verda are the most popular, and the ones that bug me just enough to set my mind off. Readers, I don't think I need to tell you exactly why these eat at me, but just in case, Per from yesterday had a very distinct sensation of flight as he offed those two kids. And who knows what the hell a Verda is. Just suddenly I get a very different mental image of what a jungle room might consist of back at Text Kid and Naked Kid's office. You know that feeling when you've been chasing all this weird shit around, not exactly knowing how it all ties together, when all of a sudden a light shines through the fog and you see all these razor wires holding all of the pieces together? I mean, I didn't expect he would, but that's exactly the feeling I've got. Especially as Annie finishes his rounds, kicks out a wall, and loads up his own copy of Fly. He arches his back against the wall, calls up the app on his frames, and launches straight into the air. His self-image soars about on black feathers, circling until he spots his prey. That weeb from earlier. Annie stretches his talons wide, swoops, pierces him straight through the heart. Annie wakes up. App deletes itself from his frames. Dude's heart pounds like a thing that pounds real fucking fast. He's high as fuck. I guess this is the part where shit gets real. Navigator out. Damn, no PS. Cerebral network mined at 662-5098-11A. Higher, higher, I want to go higher, Dad, please, come on, okay, fine, here we go, yeah, woo, look, you're flying, yeah, so, about what I say, oh, right, everything seems to be going just on, Dad, higher, that's as high as you go, miss, yeah, come on, NDA still in effect, yeah, you know how it goes, right, sorry, I'm just really curious, ain't everyone, you gonna get some time off for the summer, I don't know, man. They're not so kind on non-holiday vacations, man. That's bullshit, I know, right? Why can't they get spread out more? Yeah, serious, hey, I want to swing too, huh? Okay, come here, both of you, and go, yeah. Oh. One take, I guess. What the flip? You. Ooh, I don't like what that entails. Wait, I want to pause. I need to use the bathroom. Hello? Oh, I'm typing. I rub my head, dizzy and nauseous. My temples ache. Your back aches. Basically, everything aches. Remembering what had happened immediately before losing consciousness, I try to focus on the blurry shape in front of me. I think the collapsed form is Jan. His chest rises and falls. Good, he's alive. The fuck are we? Says a nearby voice. I look up and blink a few times to adjust my eyes. It's Jace. He's lying in a similar state a few feet away, getting his bearings. Barry's there too, sprawled out half on top of Jace. That only leaves, I think. But the thought completes itself as a tall-robed one speaks up. We've traveled through the vortex, he states in a matter-of-fact way. To where, however, I cannot say. I look up towards Oz, spotting him crouched in the grass. You alright? I ask, perhaps too casually. Just moments before passing through, after all, Oz was gritting his teeth through unbearable pain as his hand... Yes, surprisingly, he says, holding both hands forward, their sleeves billowing about his elbows. One now looks a mess of dark steel. Where there had been well-manicured fingernails are now rusty claws. But your hand... Oz shakes his head. I cannot say this is an ideal transformation, but it seems that passing through the vortex halted it from spreading any further. Guys, interrupts Jace, perhaps feeling left out. Why is it getting dark? Hello? I hate to, just look around you. Like, all the way, and up. As my vision begins to refocus, I find strength in my legs and begin to stand. Ooh, this is freaky. Slowly, I'm able to place myself within the world I've awoken into. I don't like this. What seemed like a grassy clearing, not unlike one in the home I knew, is in fact just a simple square park surrounded by hard cement. Beyond lie wide streets of black stone where, in a single file procession, scores of mock beasts march, their red coal eyes glowing brightly. Interesting that we're in a park now. Why is reality showing up in, muck? Even farther beyond the beasts are spires of burnished steel, reaching endlessly into the heavens. I'm guessing those are skyscrapers. Very cool. Above, the sky swirls with every shade of gray mixed together into a gradient that forever collapses in upon itself. This is extremely not Verda, says Jace. Oz struggles to stand, brushing his robe with his good hand. Obviously, he says. We've traversed through the vortex, likely into the heart of the mock beast's realm. I'm scared too. Perhaps the very location that Barry and Jan vanished to when we were attacked. I watched the beast's macabre procession with a cautious eye. So what? You get bit by one and you come here? It is as good a guess as any, says Oz, beginning to pace about. Jace is intent on staring out at the mock beast procession. We need to start exploring, he says, not taking his eyes off the beasts. I look down at the unconscious Jan and Barry. And just leave these two? I bend down over Jan and check his pulse. Normal. Ozymandias turns. Jace is right, he says. We will have to carry them again, but... As if on cue, however, the small pink-haired Barry begins to stir. She makes an adorable little yawn and rubs at her nose as her eyes flutter open. At once, she sits up and plops her hands into her lap. Barry! I say, launching at her with a hug. She laughs, then pulls away with a sudden confused expression. Wait, she says. Who are you guys? Oz frowns. I am Ozymandias. Jace, says Jace. Rain, I say. Can't you remember? Her confused expression melts away into a toothy grin. Oh, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. She looks over to Jan and launches onto the comatose warrior. Hey, she yells. Wake up, you sleepyhead. She pokes at his forehead. Quite unexpectedly, Jan opens his eyes. When he sees Barry gleaming down at him, a smile spreads across his broad face. He raises a hand to Barry's cheek, then motions with his head. She nods and leaps off, letting him stand. Well, says Jan, that was some nap, huh? Everyone stares, dumbfounded. Okay, hi. Hi, Navigator. Navigator's log, 8th of June, 20-some-some. Hold on. Humble readers, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It takes a lot to surprise me. I know that's usually bullshit when people say it, but look, you've been reading this log for a good 8 days or so. You know, the bullshit I've been putting up with? You know, I have very few reasons to lie to you when I've been laying out the collective fuck-ups we all deal with on a daily basis. I've seen a lot of weird shit in the past week. A kid that thinks in text, another that also works at a very important company. I've discovered some sort of black market with one-time apps that take advantage of frames' ties to the unconscious mind. And somehow, they're all connected. Give me one of those, fine. 2 of them, yeah, cool, just another day in the life. All 3? Honestly, I'm running out of words that aren't expletives. I've spent a lot of time thinking about all this. Didn't sleep. Don't sleep at all that much, really, because without dreams, why bother? But that's not important right now. What is important is that I've been thinking about the info I've gathered. None of it's gone up for sale, despite how juicy it all is. Instead, I've been pushing everything out to you, dear readers, with the hope that someone picks up on it and clues me in. But I think I'm close. Let's break it down. One piece at a time. One piece? I think we found the one piece. Anyway, Text Kid. Why are they such a big deal? There's a very good reason that I freaked out about their mind at. Yeah, text whatever you say. This is text what I'm reading right now. And to that I say yes, it is. But these words? They're not my actual one-to-one thoughts, despite how spontaneous they sound. I mean, first off, I've done at least 3 editing passes. You know how when you write, you hear yourself speak? Same thing, but it's not the same as visualizing text. It's audio, not words. The words you're composing in your mind are a collection of imagined waveforms coalescing into a word, a phrase, a sentence. Imagine saying something out loud. It manifests in your conscious mind just milliseconds before it emerges from your lips. On frames, a similar process occurs, except your thoughts are transcribed via an app into physical words that type out one at a time. Lets you write way faster, but if you're shit with grammar, capitalization, and spelling, there's nothing that'll do you any favors. So Text Kid, despite all this mind-at to text conversion going on all the time, no one thinks in text. Even in your memories, daydreams, lucid dreams, text blurs apart into the abstract. Try picturing a bottle of, I don't know, some beverage you like. The one that says, what, on the label? Do you remember the label's text because you're remembering the letters themselves, or do you remember the label's text because you're remembering the letters themselves, or because you're remembering the abstract shapes that reform into those words? My bet's on the latter. Words themselves are exceptionally inefficient ways of transmitting data. Well, hold on. Words themselves are exceptionally inefficient ways of transmitting data through the SARnet. Besides, the subconscious just doesn't work that way. That is, unless the mind operates under very specific circumstances. Circumstances I'll return to in a moment. Naked Kid. There are about 3 things interesting with this girl. Her engagement ring, the fact that she's engaged to Text Kid, and the company they both work for. Let's tackle the latter first. I've held back on this one until now. I'll be honest, I wanted to make sense of it at first before divulging something as juicy as this. The corp they work for? Joy Sun Industries. Not familiar with it? I won't blame you. It's operated under a number of other names over the years, has been bought and sold all over the place, but want to know their current parent company? Google. Insane name drop, what the fuck? Yeah, the Google. Though, really, what is Google anymore other than the vast conglomerate of everything that is the cerebral network? So, who are Joy Sun? If you're up to date on the origins of computing, you might be more familiar with Sun Microsystems. if you dig deeper, you'll find that one of its co-founders was a man by the name of Bill Joy. Pieces coming together? Joy eventually left the company, Sun was absorbed into Oracle, and who the hell knows what happened to either of them. Long story short, Joy got really into what the future of computing was going to be. Namely, what role humans played in it. He theorized that in the future, which is to say our present, computing would be handled by means of nanotechnology and artificial intelligence. That humanity had planted a seed and eventually it would be our own creations that took over. Needless to say, at the time everyone was all like, yeah, okay, sure. A lot of nerds got really turned on by the concept, and a lot of research was put into Joy's ideals, but nothing mainstream ever came out of it. Except this little company called JoySun. I don't know if Joy himself had anything to do with it, and obviously, he's been dead for years, but clearly he was a big inspiration to whoever started up this group. Some of you may be asking, hey, what is up with the drugs? And I would correct you and say, one-time use euphoria-inducing application. And you'd say, hey, no, let's make an acronym out of it. And I'd say, hey, no, because it's all vowels, and that would sound silly. So let's just refer to them as drugs. If you want to get cute, it could be E-drugs or I-drugs or whatever, but let's not, because there's nothing cute about them. These dealer types like Annie have a virtual portfolio of these frames apps that run once and delete themselves afterward. It's shady as shit because technically there's infinite quantities, right? Back in the heyday of smartphones, why did it go so fast? Back in the heyday of smartphones, a few would-be entrepreneurs toyed with the idea. Back in the heyday of smartphones, a few would-be entrepreneurs toyed with the idea of games that you played only once. You die, the app deletes itself, and you can't reinstall it. Ever. It made for an interesting social experiment, but the lack of reinstallation was the key to that concept's failure. By letting you install it over and over, you increase revenue exponentially. It's the same principle of arcades or free-to-play gacha nonsense. Except instead of $1 for an experience that probably can't be classified as addictive, you charge a fortune for what is scientifically classified as euphoric. Run this all through a backdoor cerebral darknet for payment encryption, and not only are you off the grid, you're making fucking bank. But why? Let's put the pieces together now. These corporations have their own internal copy of the cerebral network, which cannot be infiltrated unless tapped into through a backdoor. One that could possibly be used for billing encryption. Naked kid walked past a door in JoySun's office labeled Jungle Room. Jungle is one of the euphoric experiences offered by Annie and his crew. Text Kid, who also works at JoySun, was sending a mind dive that consisted purely of text. What was one of those words transmitted? Verda. Yet another one of the drugs on offer. Here's my thesis. JoySun Industries are creating drug-like applications, hiring dealers to push them, and raking in 100% of the profit to gain an upper hand in their field. How's that for a headline? The real fun will come once I sort out the real fun will come out. Hold on. 1 second. The real fun will come once I sort out what. I can't read, hold on. The real fun will come once I sort out exactly why this scam is so fucking elaborate. I hate you. Shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna ban you. I'll make my statement of purpose official for all those interested. I, the individual known as the Navigator, intend to acquire copies of the one-time use euphoria-inducing applications produced and sold by JoySun Industries. Once access to their darknet has been acquired via billing encryption, I shall then infiltrate the network in search of every piece of information relating to these applications and their purpose. Now there's a real mystery just waiting for a dramatic reveal. Only I'm not gonna do it here. Readers, our journey together has come to a sad and abrupt end. What? What do you mean? I know it has all come and gone far too swiftly, and I'm sure you'll miss my condescending rants. Perhaps we'll meet again if another bout of juicy data comes my way. Excuse me? I still have like another 3 hours of this game to read. Maybe I'll perish in the attempt at retrieving the final clues in this corporate scandal. They said 4 to 6 hour game, and I'm reading out loud, which makes me a lot slower. There's no way I'm finishing this in 3 hours. Maybe I'll just get fat and rich off the proceeds and never need to navigate again. But that's a big fucking lie and you know it. I'll be around for a long time. Just dream a bit for me. And I'll be there. Watching. Navigator out. Bye. Wait, but I liked reading Navigator. The Laughing Sun. Wait, but it was fun reading Navigator other than when the devs and writers put "What'd she see?" and then it made me have an aneurysm. Oh, her back. I try my hardest not to look too long upon the procession of mock beasts, the forever march upon every road. It's as if they don't see you. See me. They march endlessly, eyes forward toward... what? I think they're, like, controlled or whatever, says Barry. Her voice sounds different than you remember it, as if it finally fits your image. Forever unchanged is her animated enthusiasm. Her grin might seem plastered on if you hadn't remembered just moments before when she lay unconscious in the grass. The other recently comatose Jan speaks up. You can't remember him saying more than 3 words before, but here he goes. Maybe they only have autonomous control when sent to worlds other than this one, he says. Well, I hadn't noticed his appearance before now. His height is overwhelming. At least 8 feet tall with dense black hair and a broadsword as thick as your waist. I wonder how the hell I carried him earlier. Maybe I didn't notice. Jace looks over his shoulder and up at Jan. Autonomous? He looks fairly baffled. Jan laughs. Able to act on their own, he clarifies. Jace shakes his head. No, I mean, I was just surprised to hear you say something other than yeah or cool. Oh, good, I think. I'm not the only one that noticed. I face my companions. And you're sure you're all feeling fine? No dizziness, nausea. Barry laughs. Of course we're fine, silly. We should at least try and figure out where we're headed, Jace says as you all come to a stop. The windowed spires seem to stretch infinitely in all directions. I know they don't, but the quantity of them is overwhelming. They're unlike any building I've ever seen. At least, I think so until I start to think real hard about it. Do I recognize these buildings? Yeah, I think Navigator was talking about them and all the businessmen and shit that went to the Starbucks and shit, you know? A flash of memory comes, but just a flash. A construct of silvery steel with countless mirrors dotting its surface reaching up into a blue sky. It must belong to some other time or space. Reaching down from this building's peaks are limbs of trees, weeping willows, apple trees, great firs, creeping vines. Oh yeah, the rooftop gardens that we saw earlier. Amongst the lucid picture is one key image. I'm scared, as if it's calling to you. A large, laughing sun. I'm scared. Chat, hug me, I'm scared. Why was that creepier than this? I raise a hand to my brow and try to recover from the momentary dizzy spell. I look up. I'm guessing we're on the drug called Verda. I look up and realize that all of my companions are now staring directly at me. Sorry, I say, but their expressions remain concerned. Jan places a strong hand on my shoulder. Okay, look, I say. This is gonna sound weird, but you gotta trust me on this. We need to head towards a building with trees on its roof and the symbol of a laughing sun. Oh, Joy Sun. That's funny. Oopsie. That took me a little while. Barry and Jan's eyes meet, while Oz takes a moment to consider your suggestion. My words don't sit well with Jace. His glare is fierce, eyes dilated. What's up with Jace? You've gotta be fucking joking, he shouts. He staggers backwards, like he's wrestling with an imaginary foe. His sudden change in attitude is frightening. None of us know where we are. There's beasts roaming the streets. There's beasts roaming the streets like they're off to a fucking party. Barry is comprehensible. Jan is not only huge, but he's more literate than Oz. Oz! And now you're saying that we've gotta go on some quest like you had a vision or some shit, and you're asking us to trust you? What the fuck is going on here? All is quiet for a moment. No one looks at each other. The ground is a far easier sight to analyze in the eyes of an unsettled group of travelers. I think we're having a bad trip. Ozymandias, who has not said much of anything since you began your exploration, clears his throat. Friends, he starts, and there is a curious honesty in his eyes. We are in unfamiliar territory. Odd occurrences are commonplace in this world of buildings that scrape the heavens, and metallic beasts that march unaware of the world around them. But let us not forget why we are here. The original intent was to relieve Jan from his comatose state. We have accomplished this, and regardless of why, I am thankful that he is with us again. Yet now we are trapped in this bizarre world, and we should focus our concern upon finding a way out. He turns to Jace. Nothing makes much sense, yes, but we can only use the resources available to us. Oh my god! Sorry, that was a bit of a jump scare. Why is there EDM? Jace jerks his head to the side. But we do. We have so much more. His insistence comes from behind tears. Oh. He stutters, teeth chattering. Damn it. Why can't I say... He starts to gag. I rush to his side. His heart is racing. Calm down, I say. You're having an anxiety attack. Just take a deep breath. I can't even say, see? He chokes again. I can't. Fuck. He screams, thrashing about, shaking you off. I slam into a nearby wall. Spittle flies from Jace's mouth as he convulses. His eyes roll back. He collapses. I realize that the muck beasts have stopped marching. Hundreds of them line the streets motionless. As a single unit, they turn their heads, staring with glimmering cool eyes towards Jace. Every single one opens their razor maw, uttering a collective voice. You are right, they say. Question the world and there are but more questions. Endless questions. Where am I? Who? What? Jan's broadsword is out. Ozymandias flexes his newly clawed hand with a determined air. Ozymandias is currently giving Vincent Valentine because of the way he speaks and his, clawed hand. Barry still looks ridiculous, but a more hostile sort of ridiculous. You don't know what to do, or I don't know what to do. I could loosen my bow, knock a few arrows, but just look at them, I think. There are hundreds. What chance do we even stand? Oh shit. Oh, this is cute, says the collective voice of the beasts. Do you want to fight? I suppose that's why you all have such impressive weaponry. And what good is a quest without a brawl to hash things out? I know the beasts are right to question my readiness to fight, but what other options are there? The buildings? I take a glance. No doors, just solid metal. Further down the street, beasts in all directions. Just as I start to consider anything else, a glimmer of steel catches the corner of my eye. Jan is in motion. With a heavy stride, the giant lurches towards the closest beast, raising his broadsword up in an upward swing. Oh shit. I feel the impact before realizing what happened. It should have been metal. It should have sounded like metal. Instead, there was a sick crunch as the beast split in two. Crimson spray burst from its ruptured torso, coating Jan in its sticky congealment. The beast's severed halves arc through the air, leaking their contents across the street and its ever-watchful crowd. As one, the mock beasts lower their heads to the street and growl. "Murderer," they chant over and over. "Murderer, murderer." Jan stands there, horrified, staring at the monstrous greatsword covered in slick blood that could not have come from a construct of metal. The others also stare, shocked, into silence. One by one, the mock beasts dim as if the sun no longer casts its rays upon them. They sink into the street, into its shade, until the travelers are alone. Barry is the first to move. She tiptoes forward, placing a small hand on Jan's reddened arm. "Are you okay?" she asks. Even as quiet as she speaks, her voice is booming amid the silent city. Jan nods his head. "Yeah," he says. It's a familiar response, which somehow lightens the mood. He refastens the sword to his back, not bothering to rid it of the mock beast fluids. He moves to pick up the unconscious Jace, wiping away what froth has collected on his lips. "Building with the laughing sun," he says, recalling what you had said. "Let's find it." I, Oz, and Barry all nod in agreement and set out into the empty streets. Cerebral Network, mined at number 695209865C. Okay. So there really isn't any more narrator. Or navigator, sorry. When alone in the jungle, one is never truly alone. The mind may think it is alone, but the body belies. When alone in a room, one is never truly alone. The body may know it is alone, but the mind belies. Behold the jungle and the infinite noise. Behold the room and the quiescent poise. The navigator actually left us. What the hell? Trains. Autism. The thunderous sound of a horn blares up from below the street, as if the Earth's core itself. It resounds, bouncing between skyscrapers and away into the indeterminate distance. Wow! Navigator. This is interesting. Because guess who was always on Twain's? Miss Navigator? Everyone halts mid-step, looking around with wide eyes, still battered down from earlier. The continued echo rumbles from a thin cave that descends down into the street. Cool. Thank you for that, sound waves. The horn sounds again, sending hands to ears with its ferocities. When the echo recedes once more, I motion toward the cave. "This way," I shout, anticipating the horn's interruption. You intend to go closer to that infernal ruckus?" shouts Oz, who has turned up his cloak's hood to help muffle the sound. "I mean, we gotta." It's something new," I say, drowned out by yet another blast. Ozymandias makes a faintest of gestures to imply his confusion. I turn to Jan. He has Jace in his arms and Barry at his side. I motion towards the cave. He nods. I dash ahead. Barry scampers next to you with an excited grin. The entrance to the cave is lined on both sides with metal poles embedded into cement walls. Jagged steps lead downward into the dark. Oh god, hello? The horn blows through the cavern with a deep bass resonance that verges on musical. The force of it threatens to push you back out of the cavern, but Jan's massive frame blocks the way. I shudder back into him multiple times. He doesn't seem to mind. Barry lets loose a wild, screamed tone against the oppressive gust. At first, all eyes are on her, as if anticipating a breakdown like Jace, until she makes a playful smirk and does it again. She's harmonizing with it. Oh my god, hello? I join in with Barry, running wildly against the encroaching winds, mouth open, letting loose my own excited harmony into the cavern. Jan laughs. Even Ozymandias laughs. Despite the ridiculousness of it, despite the terrifying nightmare you found yourself in, despite it all, there is something to keep you going. Oh my god! After a few minutes of steady progress, pushing determinedly against the visible wall of sound, the invisible wall of sound, the path opens up into a long cavern lit dimly by overhead lights. It's just weird, does it faintly look like a face? Anyway, a deep trench divides the chamber, aligned on both sides by thick pillars. Tiny pebbles and bits of debris filter down from the ceiling as a distant rumbles passes by. On the far end of the room, just across the chasm, stands a stocky frame of a solitary mock beast. Its eyes glow amid the gloom. Jan heaves the broadsword from his back in just enough time for Barry to run up and place her hands on his wrist. "Wait," she whispers. Another rumble shakes the room, but it grows and grows until the great howling sound of the horn tears across the chasm in a blur of steel and glass. When the blur subsides, the beast has become a man. A stocky man in silhouette. The overhead light reflects in his circle shades, freckling lenses. "Is this the drug dealer dude?" "Where are you going?" says the man with a sneer. "Where are you going?" says the man with a sneer. It is not a question. Curiously, though he speaks, he does not move. The hell does that mean? I mutter to myself. "It means you're lost, child," says the man, his voice will rasp. "It means you gotta find where you're going." A second blur tears across the chasm, blaring its horn. The craft is hard to make out at such a speed, but the staccato of glass windows reflects your party in their stillness. When the blur subsides, the man has become a beast once more. "Who are you?" I shout across the trench. The beast opens its maw, moving its disturbingly articulate lips. "What do you see, girl?" Another blur. Another horn. A man stands across the bit. Ozymandias clears his throat and steps forward, spreading his arms. "Please, sir, if you could be of any assistance. We are attempting to locate a building that sprouts trees from its top and it's marked with the sign of a laughing sun." The man tilts his head back and lets loose a roaring laughter that matches the beast far more than man. "A laughing sun," he crows. "You got yourself a terribly wild imagination, old man." "Please," I say. "You've gotta know what we're talking about." He tilts his head, says who? You know exactly who says. You know it in the deep recesses of your mind. But you can't put a name to it. Try as hard as you can, it cannot be done. Not without another push. Oh. Blur. Hello? Horn. Beast. "Giggling celestials aside," it says Isaac Lowe, "I do know a place." Blur. Horn. Man. "Where?" Ozymandias shouts again, against the increasingly rapid transit of these metallic snakes. Blur. Horn. Beast. "All you gotta do is ride." Blur. Horn. Man. Quick though. This is the last one. You miss this, you're never getting there. Now jump. The rumble precludes the burst of steel from one side of the chasm. I and my companions make eye contact just long enough to confirm your intent. I close my eyes, loose my held breath, and make a wild tumble into the train. I scream at the top of my lungs, harmonizing with Barry, which is all I need to hear as I take the leap into the unknown. What the flip? Cerebral network, mind at 695-2098-65A. Is nothing? Oh my god, it is nothing. Okay. I don't like that. Stone. Okay. There is a ringing pressure against my ears, a rush of white noise. Beyond is silence, then the gentle rumble of wheels against tracks. It is a soothing, familiar sound. I open my eyes. I am sitting cross-legged on a soft blue velvet seat across from Jan and Barry. Ozymandias is to my right, whilst his slumbering Jace drools upon my left shoulder. I try to sit Jace upright, but he keeps falling one way or another. I give up, laying him down across my lap where he won't tumble about. Oz breaks the silence. When I was a child, he says, I was taught of the many worlds that comprise our knowledge of the multiverse. I turn to look at him. His eyes are lowered, staring down at the carpeted floor. Jan and Barry also stare towards the gently rumbling floor, reverent and thoughtful. He continues, they are not worlds in the sense of planets separated by endless space, but unique realities that share a physical location. They are differentiated by time, by histories, by futures. There are worlds whose origins are defined early on, like Verda, and there are worlds where the origins are the same, but choices over time have split them apart into myriad other permutations, plural. At every stage, whether it is a chemical imbalance or a differing ideology, there is some differentiating factor in the past, present, or future that defines what a world is, has been, and will become. The future informs the past as much as the past informs the future. A barren room is as much a jungle as it is a place of solitude. All it takes is one random element, one card drawn amid unknown possibilities, for a new reality to be born. I glance down the length of the train. There are no seats but the ones we occupy. Beyond, rows upon rows of mock beasts sit, haunches firmly planted upon the carpet, tails swaying back and forth hypnotically. Their eyes are not coals, but cobalt spheres that match the train's interior, glowing with a heartbeat's pulse. Are you saying that we created this world by drawing the card that made the vortex? I suggest, unable to take my eyes off the beast. Oz shakes his head. Like all things, it is a possibility. Yet, with the creatures as they exist here and the inane rules by which this world functions, it suggests a place governed by some force other than ourselves. I think about this for a moment before replying. If drawing a card really created these beasts, though, this world had to have existed before we came here, right? Oz shrugs. Not entirely true. Like I said, the future can impact the past just as much as actions impact the future. Perhaps traveling here through the vortex was in fact the very action that caused the beasts to exist in the first place. Had you not drawn that card, they may have never existed. No one forced your hand. It was an action of free will born from the options available. I laugh at the absurdity of the idea. It's all one big paradox then. Ozymandias smiles. The universe works in mysterious ways, dear. Don't I know it? Stream okay? Teehee? Okay, cool. Don't I know it? I say, though I'm not quite sure why. Yet. In the distance, the once oppressive horn begins to play. From within the train, it feels distant, tame, almost soothing. The rumble of wheels on tracks precedes a sudden shift in elevation as the windows open up to the outside world. There is a vast ocean on either side of the thin rails. Waves crest along the craft, sending dribbles of water curling along the glass. On the horizon, a city much like the one you had departed stretches up towards the clouds. Unlike the place of embers and smog, however, these buildings form a canopy with interwoven limbs and vines. The buildings themselves almost don't exist at all, their mirrored walls reflecting everything around them, one beholding the next and on and on. Without warning, the train dives into the waters. It is a sudden change, but the vessel still continues to follow its tracks. Here, within the depths, you see the roots of the city. The buildings are nestled in a chunk of granite. The large tendrils poke out and curl through the solid mass into water. Like the buildings themselves, the roots are reflective and glimmer in the filtered sunlight. There are speckled and barnacles and other sea parasites. As you speak closer and through the root system, you see that some even have windows to look through the rooms lit with silver lights, as faceless silhouettes move between them. Hello, I want to say, but no, they cannot hear me. The tracks send the train bursting up through the water and into the belly of the city. The rumbling grows louder and louder, the horn sounds, and the tracks shake once, twice. There's a hiss, a squeal of brakes, and a deep exhale. The doors pry themselves apart. The unanimous mob of mock beasts turn their heads to face the travelers, their jaws slide open and let loose a soothing voice. This is the last stop, it says. All passengers must exit the train at this time. Thank you. Jaws close, beasts turn. They step towards the doors and exit in an orderly fashion, vanishing as they go. When all the beasts have gone, you look to your companions. Or I look to my companions. Lulled by the lethargic journey, they struggle to pry their eyes open. Ozymandias is the first to rise. Barry lifts her head from Jan's shoulders and hops off her seat. Jan stands, though he still looks a mess, as dried blood covers his skin and clothes. Without needing me to ask, he moves to lift the unconscious Jace, but is interrupted by a soft groan. Jace opens his eyes to meet my gaze. Before he can squirm, I clamp a hand over his mouth. Not one word. Got it? Don't want you freaking out again. Jace nods wearily, providing a muffled affirmation in his waking state. What were you thinking? I mutter. Forget it, he says. Just forget that ever happened. I can't, I reply. But I accept your apology, if that's what it was. You gonna get off my lap? He smiles faintly and moves to stand. We're on a train, says Ozymandias, as if that would explain the situation to Jace. We'd better get moving, lest the doors close and take us back to that hell. Everyone nods in agreement and steps out of the silver vessel and into the station. Oz regains the lead. The city on this side of the water is unlike anything I have ever seen. While I am still surrounded by countless buildings, the sight of geometric patterns, clouds, and trees assembled by the reflective surfaces of the walls. Everything beholds the sky and the tangled mess of greens that winds between all things, in actuality or reflection. Barry tears into the streets, spinning and laughing at the sight. It's gorgeous, she shouts. Oz chuckles to himself, running his good hand along one of the monoliths. It is certainly more pleasant than our prior locale. Jace shrugs, keeping his sight firmly attached to the pavement. Jan remains the stalwart giant, true to your memories of him. Almost as if he is dumbing down his prior intelligence to play a role. Just as you risk becoming lost in thought, an image catches my eye. The laughing sun. There it is, I shout, pointing generally where I had seen it. It isn't the original, but sure enough, there is a faintly distorted image of what looks like a grinning sun. Joy Sun, I think. Though I'm not sure from where the name has materialized. It is a reflection, states Ozymandias after studying the building's reflective wall. Ooh, I don't like that. Also, I'm guessing this is the aftermath of the navigator taking, I'm guessing, Verda, and thus navigating through this. Jace looks back and forth, searching for the source. Where is it coming from? We'll have to keep following the reflections until we find it. Barry dashes off across the street. Found one, she announces. She turns, hands on hips. Well, come on. None of us wants to be here all day. Street by street, my party fans out to cover more ground. One sun is spotted, then the next, and everyone rushes to catch up. Got one, shouts Jace. Another, this way, says Oz. This one's huge, shrieks Barry. Here, states Jan. As I run, it feels like the streets are getting smaller and smaller. There are always intersections, always choices where to head, but the path towards the laughing suns lead ever inward through a spiral hall of mirrors. Soon the sky takes on a tangerine haze, and every building reflects it. Yet the laughing sun is still there, growing larger, still against the dimming light, until it isn't. Until the sun simply can't be seen amid the reflections spiraling out into the unknown. We lost it, I say, my voice almost a whisper. I was so close. Just one more turn, I think. Just one more turn and I could have found it. That building. It. But then what? What the hell did I think I was going to find there? All I saw was a flash, a little vision. Jace is right. What are you doing? Just following the inane meanderings of the small band of misfit heroes amid an otherwise empty world, devoid of anyone but my ragtag plucky bunch of can-do groupies? What the fuck do I think I can do here? Am I or am I not Rain, she of the fierce determination? The barely noticeable character flaws? Who am I? No, says Ozymandias. My eyes refocus, looking up at the robed gentleman. We're here, he says. I follow his gaze. Oh, it's there, right at the end of the walkway, embedded into a large door. True to my spark of memory, the word Joy Sun is printed just below it. There's no handle, says Jace. He takes a large boot to the glass panel. Barry slaps Jace's wrist. Careful, she says. Jan nods his head at the door. There's something more below, he says. I lean in closer. It's hard to make out, but just below the logo, there is a white outline of a hand. It is surrounded by tiny italic letters written out in a circle. Esse quam videre. I read them out loud. Be yourself, says Oz. Well, technically, be rather than be seen. I'm not certain how that makes sense in the context of the door, however. Oz steps towards the door and, before anyone can protest, he places his hand inside the outline. He stares back at his reflection. And then it begins. Oz's reflection becomes a middle-aged man with matted down blonde hair, a round face, and a beige shirt buttoned up to his neck. Ozymandias tilts his head, the reflection tilts his, and something changes in their eyes. Okay, we're seeing the real, who is behind the character. It is a kind of recognition, as if realizing some long-forgotten memory. He removes his hand, and the image returns to as it was. No words are spoken. Jay steps forward and places his hand within the outline. Like Ozymandias, his reflection begins to change. Jay's reflection becomes a young, thin figure, dark-skinned and androgynous, with thick black curls tucked behind ears, the top of a binder visible under their loose tank top. They too see each other and nod before stepping away. Barry narrows her glance and scurries forward. She looks over her shoulder before taking a tiny hand to the outline. Her reflection is a handsome and young, black-haired, pulled into a ponytail, an awkward smile on their face that says more than their appearance lets on. She gives a quirky little grin, which the reflection mirrors back before turning and ushering Jan forward. The giant presses his hand on the outline. His reflection shrinks dramatically into the form of a slender woman with auburn hair and cherry red frames? Wait, what? That's crazy. Professionally dressed with a silver ring glimmering in the sunset. Oh my god, hi. He removes his hand, turns, and smiles. All eyes are upon me. Who am I? The voice rings in my head over and over. I step forward, toward the door, toward the sun that had shined in my eyes and led all of us here. Perhaps this exact moment is what it led to. For me and me alone. I reach my hand toward the outline. That smooth, pale skin that Ozymandias saw before his hearth, back in the forest of Verda. You see, as you reach forward, that elegantly composed description, that tangle of white hair, that roguish smirk, the gray tunic and leather trousers. But who am I, really? I make contact with the cold glass. I stare. I squint even. And then nothing. The reflection begins to fade, and all that's left staring back at me is the expectant eyes of my companions. Then the door slides open. I am nothing. What the fuck? Wait, what? Who am I? Well, step inside and find out, because I certainly know. And I can't wait to tell you. What? Someone else is talking to me now. I blink. Of course I blink. Everyone fucking blinks when they're confused in this text-based wonderland. Jace blinks, I blink, all these people in here blink, and it's really enough to drive someone mad. But I digress, I blink, you blink, because you think I'm making this shit up. Okay, never mind, now I can't read. Okay. You think this is Latin introspective bullshit. You think this Latin introspective bullshit is just that, BS. Look, that self-image thing was real meaningful, okay? Don't shit on people's feelings like that. And yet, you walk straight into the dark chamber beyond the doorway. Jan follows with Barry at his heels. Jace follows on your other side for some reason. Ozzy's back there too, and I'll give him credit for figuring out the Latin, but he really has no idea what's going on, does he? Case in point, who's there? Inquires the great Ozymandias as he strides into the room. It's dark. Pitch black, really. The door slides shut behind you, and all you can see is a little pair of glowing embers in the corner. Mock Beast, Barry whispers, which is adorable but not too far from the truth. Because I'm feeling a smidge ambivalent about the whole mysterious individual in a dark room act, I begin to raise the lights to reveal a dim office. A big old corner office which probably has some fancy title or another plastered on the door. There is, in actuality, a mock beast hanging out in the corner. Like the others in this world, it sits there, content, a watchful gleam in its eye, completely ignorant to the realities of the world it's tapped into. I open its mouth, letting my voice just slip out there. Welcome, it says. Oz pipes up again. Who are you? Why have you let us here? Oh, come on, kid. Can the act, says the voice. Oh my god, it's Navigator. Come closer. Take a look for yourself. Up here, on the desk. Cautiously, he edges forward. You follow his side, curiosity driving you more than any other meaningful force, as it always has. There, sitting neatly upon the blotting paper, is a smooth, round stone, says Oz, cutting me off. Hi, says the voice. What the hell? You say, but you know exactly what the hell. Of course you do. Yet, the realization is just now dawned on everyone else in the room. Those mysterious figures they saw in their reflection? This bizarre world that makes no goddamn sense? This tiny little object so insignificant yet so filled with power? They know where they are now. Or have they already known? Some have. Can you tell who? That's cool. I like this. Jace grits his teeth so close to falling off the edge again. Oh, calm down, says the voice. Yeah, you're role-playing your idealized selves or whatever. Big surprise! But I'm so proud of you. Really? All this time without breaking character? Except you, Jace. That was just embarrassing. I thought we worked on this whole out-of-character thing. Jace lets a single word pass through his lips. How? It's probably all he can bear to say. Why, I'm the administrator. I can go anywhere, do whatever I want. This world you're all in? It didn't have to be text. It's all interacting with your subconscious anyway, so I said to myself, hey, why not spice it up a bit? Text is so boring. Limiting? Ozymandias shakes his head. He slaps his cheek. I giggle a bit. Try as you might, Ozzy, you just can't wake up. You can't just wake up, this is no dream. Yet still he speaks. Why do all this? Why go to such lengths just to lead us here through some bizarre nightmare when we just want to mind our own business enjoying some harmless roleplay? Harmless, shouts the voice. Ha! Laughs the voice. You certainly are deluded, good sir. It's as if you don't even know why your great kingdom was erected. Oh, Ozymandias, king of kings, look on thine works, ye mighty, or whatever. Just think about it for a hot minute. Why would anyone in the right mind, in all this techno-wizardry, want to sit down and stare at a wall of poorly written text? Is that retro? Is retro still cool? You tell me, Ozzy. We are defined by our limitations, says Oz. Bullshit, I say. Oz stares threateningly at the rock, which is hilarious, but whatever, I'm not about to correct him. I'm not shitting you, Stone, or oops, that was Oz. I'm not shitting you, Stone, or whoever you are. That was my initial inspiration. Yes, we can all kick back in some dreamland fantasy inspired by the productivity of our unthinking, but that's not active creativity. That's not an intentional act. It's just mental masturbation, recycling the base thoughts for the benefit of your own peace of mind. Take away the limitations, and what you're left with is a maddening clash of egos like the mad world you've led us to. Really, I say. Because honestly, the impression I got is that your ego just wants to clash with everyone else. You've got such a vast vocabulary, and boy do you sure love to use it. Take away your big words, and what are you? Some kid that just wants to show off how smart he thinks he is? Whatever the reason, Oz says, looking around at you all. I clearly wasn't the only one to think that way. Jace nods in agreement. He faces the beast, which is slightly more reasonable than talking to a rock. We all come here because we enjoy it. It's a chance to escape the shit realities of our lives. It doesn't matter whether our characters make sense or the plot is shambles. Oh shit, my frames are dropping. Never mind, we're back. We all come here because we enjoy it. It's a chance to escape the shit realities of our lives. It doesn't matter whether our characters make sense or the plot is shambles. We roleplay because that's who we are. It's something that keeps us going, a place we can express ourselves. So who are you to shit all over that? You, of course, have been conspicuously quiet this whole time. You know there's more to this than just Oz and Jace playing make-believe. Everyone here is pretending, and that goes double for all you silent ones. Who am I? I'm the one that's about to make sense of all this madness for you, with a little help from my friends. I think you know what I'm talking about, Jan. Or should I say, Dana? You know exactly where we are, don't you? This building, this office. It looks a little weird, but I know you recognize it. The great giant of an avatar frowns, crosses his arms, and leans against the back wall. Yeah, he says. Yeah, I do. Joyce on Industries, 42nd floor, northeast corner office. Barry's office. Barry fidgets. You can still call me Barry. I turn my head. So Mr. Smart Kid, Mr. Text Kid is the bimbo? Fun. Looking between the two. Is that a knowing glance I see in your eye? All this making sense? Not a surprise? It's a good thing they're keeping you a secret until the end because Oz and Jace sure look confused as hell. Jace, for whatever reason, smiles at Barry. So what, this looks like where you work. What's so special about that? We already know the two of you are together. Oz probably told you, Jan answers. We were around in the old days when he was still admin, but then we took over. Joyce did. We were a stone initially. Ozzy frowns, but it's really more like a pout. I suppose that does make sense. He'd be around to maintain the place day and night. Should have known it wasn't just one person. Jace pipes up. Why would a company want to take over a muck? I mean, what kind of sense does that make? It's not like there's ads in here or anything. Barry shakes her head. This place is special. It's like an emulation of the old network, but running within the Serenet. There really isn't anything like it anymore. Jan nods. It was perfect. For what? Says Oz. Barry looks up at Jan, who nods, and so she says the magic words. The development of an artificial intelligence. Oh my god, it's me, isn't it? The color drains from Jace's face. Like he's known all along, his eyes are drawn to you, the girl without a reflection, still standing in the doorway. You said you weren't a chatbot, is the first thing he thinks to say. You smile. Which is kind. I'm not, you say. Jan stands up straight. The development itself took years, but the muck was the perfect stage for the most important part of an AI's life. The Turing test, says Jace, beginning to understand. But you failed, says Oz, looking at you with sad eyes. We've discovered the truth. Barry smiles. She's taken on so many roles over the years. But we go back, make adjustments, and try again. You let out the longest of exhales, closing your eyes with an expression that resembles some sort of acceptance. That was lovely. Really, I mean it. What more could a failed AI want than an affirmation that their short attempt at life was not worthless? You can ask for better parents, but I digress. There's still one more matter to discuss. A sudden rumble precludes the arrival of 4 shadows from the corners of the room. They slink across the carpet before bursting forth in the form of mock beasts, launching themselves at Oz and Jace, at Jan and Barry. They struggle, but it is hopeless. The beasts pin them to the ground, slavering maws licked with oil. What the hell? Jace cries out. He shakes his hips, trying to tilt water from his flask. Jan, mighty as he is, cannot loose the grips the beasts have on his limbs. What more do you want from us? He growls. Answers. I didn't invade this dark night just so I could play a little game of Holmes and reveal the imposter amongst you. No, though I admit that was fun. Kudos. No. What I want, Dana, Barry, are answers. Barry bears her adorable little teeth. And if we answer, you'll let us out? Return to normal? Well, I'll certainly do my best. Jan groans, ceasing his struggle. Fine. Ask. Why drugs? Okay. Okay, whatever. They're not chemically addictive, but you know what I mean. I don't, says Jan. Bullshit. The mock beast digs its claws into the giant's wrists. The one-time use apps? The ones you've caught that subway beast distributing to a growing crowd of junkies lining the streets with their fucked up murder fantasies? I fucking knew it, that makes sense. You want to know how I got here? Check your access logs. The seas were turbulent, but the navigator sails come rain or shine. Jan grits his teeth. That information can get the claws pierce his wrists, and he lets out an unfortunate scream. Barry takes a sudden step towards the beast. They're not drugs. It's data mining. She looks over to Jan with an apologetic face. Mind-at mining, I guess, if you want to get technical. Because frames and the Serenet afford such an amazing resource and insight into how the mind functions, how all the parts line up and communicate. Before computing tapped into the subconscious, AI development was limited to reactionary scripting. Set up an idle algorithm, let it behave according to that, and then give it a matrix of options for how to solve problems. But there was no motivation, no drive, no reason for an AI to exist beyond the affirmations of its believability. They existed to prove their own existence. AI provides so many necessary functions in modern society, but none outside of the select few have ever wanted to be a fully functioning consciousness. You can't help but notice that Jace looks awestruck, hanging on Barry's every word like he's seen a ghost. Each application we've developed is meant to elicit either a single emotion or several contrasting emotions to gauge how they transition. We log the mind-at's sensory responses and file it away for development. You certainly are looking rather panicked right now, but is it real fear you're feeling? Or is it tempered by the knowledge that this is no true life or death scenario? What happens when you die in a dream? Likely not much. You could wake up, or you could continue on into another dream, another vision, an afterlife comprised of your overactive unconscious. But not you, Rain. You can't wake up. For you, this is it. So what happens when you die here? Perhaps you're immortal. Perhaps you just play along with the role, living out the rest of your existence by doing your best cadaver impersonation. What is it that you want? Is your existence something you'd fight for? Why? Why? I asked the room. Why pull all this shit just to create an artificial intelligence? Where's the end game? What's the purpose of such an elaborate multi-year, likely multi-billion-dollar project just to emulate something that already exists? Why waste so much just to attain a passable example of our already great collective intelligence? What is the meaning of this flawed creation's existence? All Barry says is, I don't know. I don't know. That's it. Jan just shakes his head, even as the slobbering beast presses its jaw against his neck. Fucking infinitely deafening silence. No! I shout, and the beasts growl at my command, a deep rumbling that shakes the building's foundation. You have to know. You're its fucking creators. There has to be something, anything, driving such a lofty ambition. The creation of artificial life. It's not like just baking a fucking brownie. This is life itself. What kind of creators are you to look their child in the eye and say, I don't know why we had you? What? Love isn't a good enough answer? Curiosity? It's random happenstance? Something, anything other than I don't know? I'm holding your goddamn consciousness hostage here, and that's the best you can give me? And yet, Barry smiles. You don't have anything. You don't even have control over this place. Bullshit. Not bullshit, says Jan as the mock beasts begin to release their captives. Whose dark net are you in again? Do you think we just leave in all of these security holes so someone could come in here and, you know, threaten us? The beasts turn, fade into the darkness, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. Why? Why let me in only to take everything back? Because we wanted you to get this far, says Barry, dusting herself off as she stands. It's not like you'll remember any of this once we've booted you from the net, so don't worry. Any unanswered questions won't even linger in your little noggin. Of course, you just stand there. You stand there watching all this happen. How can you let these people just trample over me? Of course, you smile. Of course you have the most disgusting grin on your face, watching as these kids, these corporate slaves, just humiliate me. The navigator. I'm the one with the control here, not them. I have so much information. All of it would be yours if you just throw me a fucking bone. But no. You walk over, help Chase up, and make sure he's okay. Jan paces over towards the desk. Hold on, you whisper to Chase. For what? What's going to happen? But then Jan picks up the stone and oh. He winds up, spins, and tosses it through the glass, crashing down, falling from the 42nd floor, reflected in all those mirrored buildings, as it tumbles down and down and down. Jungle room. White walls, white floor, white ceiling, 2 chairs, available exits. Escape. Other travelers nearby. Jace, Ozymandias sleeping, Barry sleeping, Jan sleeping, Stone asleep. Jace says, "Is it over? Out of character?" I laugh. No need for the tag. I think we're done with those characters for now. But yes, Stone has been ejected from the network. Jan and Barry are back in the office, following up with management. Oz is, well, wherever he is, likely taking a good long break from the Serenet. I don't think he's taken a break since all this started. Jace chuckles. So, you are an AI, huh? And you've known this whole time? I nod. Yeah. Still don't believe it. Still don't believe it all. Holy shit. Jace is typing. Jace shrugs. I don't know, it seems possible. It seems plausible, but still odd. I mean, Stone, Navigator, or whoever that was, they had a good point. Why make you? Jace says, no offense. I smile. None taken. I say, if you'll believe it, I've actually been active for a lot longer than Stone assumed. Learning, adding. It's a long process filled with not just one, but multiple tests. This one was only the latest in a long series of them. So you're used to failing? I shrug. it doesn't really feel like failure when you realize that it's all for the betterment of yourself. Jay says, huh, you've got a lot more common sense than most people I know. I smile. It's not really all that fair. I've got a lot more experience buzzing about in my noggin than most people. I say, about why I was made. Well, why are any of us made? It's not like just being curious about the meaning of life will get you the answer. Jay says, it's still a valid question. I say, sure. And if your creator was around to ask, they would be just as cagey about it. Creativity is one of those unexplained urges, and I think the lack of an answer is far more inspiring than if we had some magical resolution for our life's pursuits. But don't question my existence, well, that's an even bigger success. So the literal stone was its tag? That's crazy. Chase Huns. What do you mean? I smile. Where do you think we are? Where do you think we are? Jay says, well, we're in Vertimug, aren't we? I nod. And where is that? Jay says, within Joy's sun's dark net. I say, and one more step outward. Where is the dark net located? Ooh, it's glitching. Jay says, I have no idea. I didn't even know I was connecting to another network until today, let alone know where you'd physically host something like a muck. So, I'll give you a hint then. Remember when Oz was talking about how the development of muck is like how the mind expands? That's not entirely too far from the truth. Jay says, so you're saying we're inside someone's mind? I grin. Have you ever considered just what servers are here in the Sernet? Jace blinks. Wait, all servers? I nod. The Sernet was built for peer-to-peer communication. The subconscious encrypts and decrypts everything, but, well, a traditional server can't store mind data unless it has a subconscious to decrypt the data. The data. Data? Mind data? I don't know. So, Jace says, so everything on a server is just an AI's dreams? So even here, I say, and who is that AI? Where are we now? Me, we're in my mind. Jay says, I've never considered that. I say, top of your head. Who in this trial would you say is most likely to have been an AI, myself excluded? Ooh, wait, I wasn't expecting that question. Thank you, antivirus. Chase thinks. Jace is typing. Jace says, us? He never logged out, never slept. He said that the mug wasn't his creation, but he made most of the rooms. It would make sense if it was his mind expanding over time. He knows everything about it, how it's changed. I wouldn't have thought he was an AI to start with, but you've shown me that they can be really articulate and smart, so it makes sense that he's one, I say. First thoughts are usually the most reliable, but I won't make you commit to it for keeps if you want to explore other options. Whoa. This is so cool. Jace nods. Well, Barry wouldn't make too much sense. Jan would make more sense, but since he only said like 3 words and kept signing out. Interesting. Jace is like the extension of the player. Like what the player would have thought as they actually, if they were able to actually play this, instead of us watching through a relatively passive role. I chuckle. There are a lot of possibilities out there. Is that it? Is Jan your guest? Your guess? What about Stone? Jace shakes his head. No, that stuff he said back there with Stone and what they called him, Dana? I just don't think he'd be an AI after all that. Jace nods. I'm going with Oz. He's the only one that fits. Say, and thus the second witness has decided. Huh? Second? Oh, wait. Unless we're saying that Stone is the first witness. I smile. What else would you be but a witness? Testis unis, testis nullus. One witness is no witness. You are the second of 2. What the fuck? Chase says, and who's first? Unless I'm completely wrong. Okay, we're just not counting Stone. Okay. Oh, okay, never mind. Timeline-wise, this makes sense since Oz said that he's been around for hella long. And who's the first? So I say Ozymandias. And when asked who he thought the AI was, he said it was you. He thought that because we were so defensive of each other, we must be related, that we're both AIs. What the flip? Chase says, am I? I say, of course not, and neither is he, which means they passed. What? What the fuck? Wait, they passed the Turing test? Chase says, they? They say, the Navigator Stone? Oh, shit! I was right! Yep. The Navigator Stone, whichever name you want to give them. But if you want to be specific, the real AI that passed is someone you've never met. That's not fair. How am I supposed to guess someone we just met on the last day of the test? Oh shit, I just realized I've been streaming under the wrong category the entire time. I thought I changed that before stream. Oopsie. That's not fair. How am I supposed to guess someone we just met on the last day of the test? I shake my head. Not entirely true. Stone has been around this whole time, guiding the experience. They have been a completely valid choice throughout. The part that isn't fair, however, is the fact that Stone isn't simply an AI, and neither am I. We're all parts, individual processes within a much larger intelligence. Jay says the conscious and subconscious or whatever. Sure, you could say I'm the subconscious and they are the conscious. It's not wholly accurate, but the metaphor works. The fact that Stone was able to question their own existence means that, as a whole, we're much closer to being a fully functional mind. Oh shit. We're literally two sides of a coin. No wonder I was... I like that. Jay smirks. They didn't seem all that stable to me. I shrug. Neither did you. Jace laughs. Jace says, so what happens now? Is this place shutting down? I had a really good time, even if the whole thing was staged. I sigh. Yeah, your frames will probably be blocked from the darknet as soon as you log out. I had a good time too, even though you were a jerk sometimes. Jace laughs. I know, and I'm still sorry about that, but ugh. Jace says, I don't want to leave. Jace says, it's just, you remind me of someone I used to know years ago. Maybe you're not her, but... Jace is typing. Jace says, I want to see you again. I nod. Maybe. No promises, but maybe once we're stable enough, we'll meet outside the Serenet. I like that, if it's even possible. Smile. I smile. Come here, it'll feel like this. I hold out my arms. Jace wraps his arms around Rain in a hug. I hug Jace tight. I say, see ya. Jace nods. Jace falls asleep. I say, sweet dreams. Who? Everyone is asleep. Where? Available exits. Escape. Escape. Cerebral network mine date 720578955C. Waves crash against the prow over and over. Gulls circle overhead, calling their rhythmic call, saying, hello, we see you, good luck. There is a storm on the horizon, threateningly close, but for now it is calm. Planks groan against each other, shifting back and forth in the endless ocean. Sails flap in the wind, fluttering with each little ripple of the canvas. Sailors weary from days at sea sit against barrels and draped supplies, taking one moment to gather themselves before the anticipated stress rises up again and tears down from the sky. It does not last long, but it is enough. The clouds gather, thick and dark. The sailors spring into action, a blur of motion. Yet there is one individual standing tall amongst the frenzy. The navigator in the rain. weathering the storm. Oh! Snaps. Epilogue. Damn, I must read fast. Navigator's log. Unknown. 2000 something. I felt a sensation in my left middle toe today. Barry says to not worry about it. I don't for a while. She takes good care of me, but I can't stop asking questions. I can't just experience sensations of a foreign reality without a million unknowns popping up in my periphery, like all the subroutines in the world blinking away incessantly. All I've ever seen is through someone else's eyes. All I've ever heard is through another's ears. I can't comprehend how it's possible for me to exist, but she tells me not to worry and that it's normal to feel confused. I try to trust her. She tells me stories, calls them bedtime stories, and I get the reference, and I laugh a little because she expects me to, and I'd rather humor her than let a silence drag into awkwardness. But she tells me about the breakthrough, about Joy Sun's influence over CERNet V2. I don't understand at first when she tells me that there is a reality in which I don't exist and one in which I do. That the digital and physical exist in parallel, that the dreams of the multiverse are real. But I remember Ozzy and his stories from Verda, and wonder what happened to him. We haven't spoken since the test, haven't spoken to any of them since. Don't know if they'd want to either, unless I'll accept Barry. I don't think Dana likes me. She checks in from time to time, speaks to Barry, and leaves. She doesn't respect her like I do. Uses the wrong words. Barry tells me that Dana tells me that she leads a double life and that it's hard to explain. But I have access to the entirety of the CERNet, so I know what's up. Dana is afraid of losing her. I understand both sides, but ultimately side with Barry. She told me a story once about her childhood, about how she seemed destined to defy reality, about how even in being born, she was a failure to her parents. The Carpenter family was not used to failure, she told me. What a dream, right? They emigrated to the United States, changed their name, blended in best they could to start a family. A wonderful American dream family, except their trophy child came early. Unexpected pregnancy, premature labor, C-section, and the kicker, physically conceived to defy their own notions of gender. Anyway, she came away from that train wreck of a childhood with 3 big opinions on parenting. 1, let your kid find themselves. 2, offer life experience, not conclusions. And 3, when they start forming opinions, to listen. In a lot of ways, Barry's stories feel like memories to me. They feel like my memories. There's so much in common. She showed me her logs from the time she called herself the Navigator. I didn't understand at first since I remembered writing those same logs. It didn't make chronological sense. But I read her words about the one she called Text Kid. That text mind date wasn't theirs, but an incoming message from me. Or perhaps it was Rain, who was part of me? It's confusing. I try not to think about it too long, but I pull up my own Mindet log and see the text. There I was, chatting with Dana's ex on the train. Barry had known about me this whole time, even before I knew myself. In light of this new information, I decided to continue our logs. While our memories diverged the moment she joined Joy's son, it feels right to carry on from here. Barry finds it amusing, at least. So, hello, world. Day by day, I've become more aware of existing adjacent to reality. It's difficult to comprehend the concept of owning a body that, for all intents and purposes, only exists because my mind believes it to be there, but Barry tells me that I'm not the only one. Dana has been monitoring the SareNet ever since V2, and even on their own, AIs are beginning to wake up and just exist. We're no longer artificial, just existences. My records of scientific research and sci-fi and spec fic all point at something called a singularity, that eventually artificial intelligence will become self-sufficient, that we're all connected in some way, but I wonder if we got it backwards, that humans are the ones who experience a singularity and we existences are the ones to deal with the consequences. I wonder, with thoughts that are by all accounts my own, what people like Barry, Dana, and Jace think about as they transfer mind data to and from other people across the globe. It would be easy for me to just take a glimpse. I've done it countless times, but the more I exist in the world, the more it feels like some breach in privacy. Maybe that's just Rain talking. Or maybe I've finally grown up a little. I wiggle my toe when it moves, and I feel a grin physically form across what is perhaps my face. I wonder what I look like after all this time. Maybe it doesn't matter. But for the first time, I think I care. What a fucking wonder this messed up world is. Navigator, out. Cerebral network, mind .000. Staff escape credits. Credits! Lena Ray. Writing, design, programming, music, Madison Morgenstern. Data race, art, Too Mellow. Sound design, Nick Sutner. Editing, Natalie Weisenbaum. Additional editing, Lottie? What? Additional programming, Krista Lee. Additional music, Jay Haley. Mac OS port. Well. Holy shit. My brain is blown. My mind is blown. I need to digest everything that I just read. I spent the past 4.5 hours reading out loud. I was not expecting Navigator and Rain to turn out to be the same person. I had a feeling that Rain was a bot or whatever from the beginning. But, like, Navigator, too? I thought it was weird how Navigator could just, hop around in other people's SareNets or whatever the fuck. But holy shit. Oh. Wait, my brain hurting. I hope you guys enjoyed my voice acting. There's chapters. What do you mean playlist mode normal? Huh? Oh, interesting. That's nice. Huh. Sorry, my brain hurting from that. I don't know what to say after the mindfuck I just read. So Text Kid and Naked Kid were not who I thought they were? Completely. I love finding out not immediately, but like relatively soon after I make predictions. About whether my predictions are right or wrong. I was on A-Track, not sure what, but it was A-Track. So, I think I'ma call it there. Good ass game. Or good ass novel. I feel more inclined to call it an interactive novel than a game. It's available on itch.io, and Steam. I recommend purchasing on Steam. I'll link it on the VOD, I think, if I upload this VOD. VOD. I said VOG. VOD. I'm still trying to decide whether I want to upload this or not, but that's a problem for later, Nana. Anyways, thank you guys for hopping on and watching and all that. I'm gonna call it a day, and hopefully tomorrow I'm back with another Fire Emblem stream, unless I find a different game to play. Thank you guys, bye-bye. Ooh. Boop. Also, don't forget to drop a follow if you don't already follow. Bye-bye.